Alright, let's see if this works. Starting a little bit early. There was just a couple people that mentioned they would prefer if it was a little earlier. Couldn't totally do that entirely by like an hour or so, but hopefully this will help a bit. See if the live stream is up. It looks like it says excellent condition, so that's the hope. Yeah, let's go ahead and just let everyone know we're doing this. Let's see. If you want to jump in now, feel free. Okie dokes. Great. So there is that. All right. It is a little quiet. Let's see. My sound. Is that better? Oh, it's a little, if I yell, I think it'll bring us into the yellow territory. So we don't want to do that. Is that better though? Is that okay? Hoping, testing. Hoping you're doing well, Phantom. Should have got my drink the lemonade cup. Bad on me for bad marketing. Here I am advertising a coffee company in Korea. So yeah, but hopefully the sound is okay. That's the hope. Just let me know what you think there. It should be better. It should be where we normally have it. Hopefully. All right. For some reason it looks like I'm lagging, even though it says excellent condition. I'm not sure. The cult members know that the live streams are always a wild card. I will do exactly what the YouTube says, and then it will tell me, oh, this is, you're still trying to stream at a different different pixel size, and then you adjust it, and it says, no, you're still doing that. No, I'm not. I adjusted it. So hopefully it's smooth. Hopefully it is ready to go. Greetings, Alex. How are you doing? So yeah, just wanted to start a little early. No particular. Yeah, there it is. It says the current resolution is 3840 by 2160, and it absolutely isn't. I put it on. If it's okay, it might just be your headphones. Okay, maybe. But let me know, Alex, if I sound too low. I can bring the mic closer. Does that help at all, that the mic is closer? Just let me know if it is too low. Alrighty. Great. One thing that I'm very frustrated with is it's not letting me gift memberships anymore. I have no idea why that is. It's very, very frustrating. Oh, it says I can insert ads and delay ads, create a highlight video. I don't know. I usually don't monetize my stuff because it's, there we go. Wait. Fan funding. Gifting? No, it's just listing. Just listing this stuff. Alright. Damn it. Alright. Good morning, Obyung. Sorry I couldn't vote for your friends. Alright, so for the last meeting we had, we watched a bit of Superbook, and that was something I wanted to try again, just to see if we can. And to see if anybody wants to check it out. So we got Superbook, and I want like a full episode. We had to watch it in French with subtitles, and the subtitles were not very good, which made it even better. So hopefully this will be good for us. Let me go ahead and share my window. That way you guys aren't just staring at some black screen. I mean, I don't mind, but there we go. Okay, let's adjust. Zoop. Nope, wrong adjust. Come on, damn it. There it is. All right. Oh, great, we got that. So I guess I'll do it this way. I don't know. That's not gonna work. Can I zoom it in? Should have checked this earlier. That's alright. That is alright. Camera control. Let's, yeah, zoom it. Zoom it, zoom it, zoom it, zoom it, zoom it. There we go. Alright. Okay, okay. Click, click, clicks. There we go. Perfect. Ish. Perfect-ish. Alright. Window capture. Superbook. Nonsense. Alright. Let's see. So we checked out Revelation, the final battle. It wasn't as fire and brimstone as I wanted it to be. I was expecting something more intense, and it just wasn't. I was pretty sad. Let's see, we got Duck saying, woo, lemon party, Lenny. So, let go, fam, let's rage. All right, rage. That's good. I don't have enough rage right now. Hopefully we'll get some later. Listening to like metal tends to get the rage out. Sometimes I do it in the morning if I have a class first thing. I'll turn on like Diggy Diggy Hole and just make the students listen to it and kind of try to wake them up, and it just gets you ready to go, you know. Superbook, the original or remake? We watched the remake. My brother had recommended that the Apocalypse one, and maybe I should send him a link, see if he wants to join us. But he recommended this for me, and it was just not, it wasn't good. So his mom's alive, which I don't know. I thought part of the reason why he was able to get into these Superbook adventures was because he had a dad who was just so focused on science, right? He had like the Einstein of fathers. And I mean that in the way that he ignored his family to just focus on what he wanted to do. And his mom also wasn't there. She had died or something. So that gave Chris all of this time to just screw around, right? I thought that was the whole premise of why he could be gone for hours and none of his parents noticed. But in this one, I guess his parents both work. Anyway, he sets his house on fire with this radioactive or nuclear powered vacuum cleaner. I don't know. This kid's an idiot. But also his dad leaving this stuff just easily accessible for the kid. Very stupid. He burns his house down. And he sees this picture of his parents, and I thought at the time that his mom was dead in this version. No. Then he goes and he meets the devil, and the devil's just telling him straight facts. Like, God, you know, if God really loved us, why is this, you know, why does everything suck, you know? Stick with me, I can support you, and he just rejects it. His friend Joy gets taken with the Gizmo. Gizmo is such an idiot in this. He's like autism spectrum robot. Like he's just not, no. There's something wrong with this robot. He's busted. And he's just like focused on this pen. And his friend could be anywhere. His friend could be dying. His friend could be drowning. He doesn't know where he is. And he's just keeps focusing on giving John, author of Revelations, a different pen. And he's just really focused on this pen. And he gets upset when Joy is like, we need to find Chris. And then we could talk about your pen later. And he's like, oh man, my pen. Like, there's something wrong with this robot. This is the worst programmed robot. I thought this robot was here to protect Chris. And he's just not. And they're separate from Chris. Eventually they meet up with him. And I don't know, the battle scene was okay. I guess it can't be too violent. It's for kids. But then again, it's Christian. And that's very violent. So, you know, Passion of the Christ was considered super amazing. Everybody should watch it. And then we just get lightsaber battles. I don't know. I wanted somebody's head getting cut off and Chris freaking out. And then that's why we should all be Christian. Some nonsense. Anyways, parents forgive him for burning down the house. The end. So that's it. What's up, Max? I'm glad that you were able to make the stream. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a rough go of it these past few weeks. Always feel free to vent. You know, we got the Discord you can join and you know, always feel free to vent there. Yeah, the remake. Ugh. So Superbook is a cartoon from the 80s, and then they did a remake of it, and it's about a kid who goes into this Bible that allows him to go into Bible times. He's got a robot that goes with him, and his friend goes with him. That's the whole show, basically. Oh, the original was some weird thing where the Bible Kids robot dog got sucked into a computer. They were in the Bible stories. Yeah, absolutely. A young adult book. Is there a good Christian one, by which I mean a very bad Christian one? There was one that was supposed to be the worst book ever. Empress Teresa. Have you guys ever heard of this? I was gonna see if I could find it. And then we could check it out. I don't know. And then while this is going, let me see if I can. There's one person I forgot to send a link to. There's some people that just prefer to get the links on different platforms. So let's see. Come on, links, share, copy. Come on. Let's see. Will do. Gonna watch more Superbook. And then that reminds me. Watching more Superbook. Cool. And then that also reminds me, there's just, like I said, there's just some people that prefer the alternative methods. All right. There we go. Woke atheist cult. I'm not sure. Are you asking if we are a woke atheist cult? Because some of the conversations you should hear me have with my buddy. No, I don't. I consider what people say is woke today. I consider that diet woke. I think it's a lot of buzzwords without any substance. So no, I don't care for that. And then the cult aesthetic is just for fun. Yeah, just like being like a gothic pseudo clown is just for fun. I got sidetracked. We're looking for that terrible book. Where's my bookmarks? All right. You're trolling? That's fine. That's fine. We should collab. We should. Definitely. The objects and the spite is in the literature. It's the manner in which the spite is held and holding the literature. Have you condensed this? It's simply spiteful. I am shielded from the I think to some extent I am. So I got a buddy from the military. Well, it was when I was getting out of the military. He was already out of the military. We met when we were working at GNC. And that was back in 2008. And we still talk almost every day. We just send each other like voice notes. It's just easier. And man, it's weird watching stuff happen from the outside, man. It's weird. It's weird. All right, we're looking for Empress Teresa. And yeah, it's something. The only Superbook I need is the Salty song, but oh my god, Salty. I don't know, there was something about the color of blue they used for his face that it just looks so greasy. And then he was called Salty. It was a big problem for me. Okay, great. I found a version of Empress Teresa we can read online. It's apparently 400 pages, and I absolutely do not want to read that. But we can just choose this nonsense. So, yes. Woke equals not a hateful bigot nowadays. Yeah, it used to mean stuff like you're not just going with the status quo, or it meant you're not just gonna believe what people are telling you, especially stuff that came from the government. You know, if the government says something, then you should be challenging it. The stuff that's like woke today, I see is more like everybody should, let's say everybody should vote liberal. But the woke stuff that I'm used to was like, we should abolish the two-party system because the only reason it exists is for the powers that be to get us to argue with each other so we don't unite, so we don't take down the powers that be. The people should not fear the government should fear the people. That's the woke I'm familiar with. And so to distill it down to vote progressive, that's why I say it's diet woke. I do not care for it whatsoever. I think it's It's lazy. It's just a lot of buzz terms that are, I just don't care for. And again, that's me looking at it from the outside. It may be totally different if you live in the U.S. or if you live in Canada, or I guess the Western world. But that's just how I see it as an outsider looking in. So, yeah. Let me see if I can open that terrible book. Empress Teresa. Let's find out. Oof. Yup. Here it is. Where's my... There's Empress Teresa. I haven't read it. I don't know. It got recommended to me again. And I thought, okay, it's supposed to be the worst book ever. And I don't know. I've read Frank. So maybe I could compare them. Like, is the worst book ever worse than the stuff that Frank and Norm and Hank write? I think that would be a good one, I think. Hello, Nick. Damn right, I agree with you. Let's take down the two-party system. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, okay? And it's fun to instill this into the students, you know, to challenge authority, to ask questions. If the government does something kind of out of left field, look at what was going on in the news a week prior. What are they trying to distract us from? If suddenly, out of nowhere, we just get thrown this very controversial topic that they're going to talk about maybe legalizing, maybe. So this is not a proposed bill. It's nothing like that. Nobody's voting on it. It's just talk of. Look what's going on in the news a week prior. That's what I tell them, you know. Good morning, Cobra, the space pirate. Pretty sure it arose in the 1920s or 40s for recognizing injustice against Black Americans. It may have. I don't know about that phrase specifically, but yeah, it could have. I heard somebody calling Rep. Omar a Muslim from Dearborn an inbred Somalian. I heard it with my own ears. I tell you, damn, that's I mean, that's something. But then again, you know, if your religion is saying, you know, family loves you best, it's okay to get married to your first cousin, and the only reason that we have so many genetic disorders is because Western medicine is forcing us to have these genetic disorders as a way to get rid of us as Muslims. I live in a representative republic, no two-party nonsense. We still largely have the same outcomes. You know, technically the U.S. isn't a two-party, you know, technically. Like, there's a communist party. You could write me in, you know, technically. It's the same. It is off topic. Yeah, that's fine. No, you can't. That's all right. That's all right. You can try. Internal critique is internal intake, okay? Certain GNC products are illegal in Korea. Be careful. That's definitely true. I ordered from iHerb, and I had some of my stuff confiscated. And I was really frustrated about that. Thankfully, iHerb was like, that's on us. We should have flagged it as can't be sent to your country. So thankfully, they gave me a refund for that, which sucked because I just wanted the product. But yeah, they're better about that now, about flagging stuff. And then also flagging the customs limit. So they didn't do that before. And if you ordered over $150 worth of stuff, then you got hit with all this customs tax. Now they won't let you order over that. So that's cool. I like iHerb. They make it so everything is legal, simple, straightforward. But now Biden was a dead cloned robot. I said for a few years they claim that, along with being a hologramic reptilioid. Yeah, that is a little further down the woke track, I would say. I get, because they would still consider themselves woke for that. We've looked at the star. Are you guys familiar with starseeds? We've looked at it in some of the cult meetings, but are you guys familiar with the starseeds? I feel like that might be more fun than Superbook because it's just so wild, and then we can all figure out which starseed we are. I saw in the news that due to current elections, China displaced Japan as least trusted neighboring nation. Maybe. I haven't noticed, but then I also haven't checked. Just been kind of keeping my head down, just going to work. That's kind of it. One of the updates that I posted It's just, it's not a good time of year for me, just with family stuff, and uh, just it's around the anniversary of my sister's passing, and it's just, I why couldn't she have died like at the beginning of a school year? Why is it like at the end when I've got all this work that I have to focus on? That's when it's the anniversary of her death. So it's just I keep my head down and I just do work. So I haven't been checking the news for probably the past month. Yeah, yeah. The Starseed stuff, Phantom. My goodness, I don't know. You think everybody wanna check it out? Let's see what we got. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's one of those things. It just is what it is. I. It's weird because is it ever gonna feel normal, or at least less depressing? So I don't know. But I have noticed that it is negatively affecting the people around me. Not at work, but like just like my friends and family and stuff. So I think like I gotta just accept that it's gonna suck and not focus on it sucking. I think that's all I can do. I don't know. And then on the other hand, it's like, well, should that happen? Is that is it right? Should I still have this time to focus on just mourning? So I don't know. I feel this dichotomy about it. Like sometimes I think, yeah, it's healthy, just it's okay to focus on the morning and that's fine. And then the other time it's like, well, you shouldn't be sucked into the past like that. You should focus on what's happening now, acknowledge that it exists and it sucks and just accept it, So it's always back and forth. Wait, I missed it. What's gonna suck? This time of year because it's around the anniversary of my sister's passing. So that's all. Um, That's all. Lost my daughter, 12 years ago. For me, it doesn't get any better. With the time span, it sucks. The time span it sucks each year gets a little smaller, but the anniversary, I'm still a mess. Yeah, that's the thing. She was my younger sister. And it's not like she was battling cancer or something. This was very unexpected, just sudden. And I think with that, there's a lot of stuff too that's just left unresolved, and it's always going to be unresolved. And we have a younger brother, and just sometimes we have a great relationship. I love my brother, and we'll talk about it. So it's good to have somebody to talk with, and it's just bizarre to know he's older than she'll ever be, and that's really unsettling. And I don't know any other way to phrase it. I thought about it too. I had a old sergeant who passed from COVID, and when the next year came, I just kept thinking about we're leaving him in 2020, and just this concept of time being a dimension where just like you could leave something or someone across the world, right? Or you could leave something behind when you leave your house and you physically go to work. That's kind of how I saw it, is like you leave this person behind in this mile marker, but it's a year, and they're just left there, and you can't go back and retrieve it. Almost like they're at the bottom of the ocean or something. They exist in some way, you just can't access it. And it's, I don't know, it's just how I think about it. I don't know if it's good or bad, but yeah. How long ago did she pass? It was 9 years ago. I understand your pain. I haven't lost any siblings yet, but I still mourn the loss of my first dog. She passed in 2016. Yeah, 2016. I don't know about comparing the two. I know that, I'm definitely going to be tore up when my cats pass. I don't know about comparing a dog and a sister. But yeah, I think that, you know, especially if it's your first dog, you know, that's definitely a big loss, you know. Yeah, so I don't want to bring everybody down. I'm so sorry. It's just again, it's something on my mind. And when I made the post, I was like, you know, I think it's something that there should be a space to talk about it. So if you guys want to talk about it, definitely go talk about it there. In that post I made like a couple days ago, and feel free to vent, to share as much as you want or as little as you want. Yeah, I don't want to just have a downer. Let's watch some Superbook. We got Samuel and the Call of God, Gideon, Noah. Okay, let's do Noah, because we all know Noah. The First Christmas sounds lame already, so let's do this. Okay, they're screaming, they're smashing. You guys should be able to hear the audio. Can you hear the audio? Please let me know. And while you let me know, I'm gonna adjust the screen. It's never healthy to compare. In fact, it's ridiculous. Loss is loss, and it's hard no matter what. Yeah, and I think that's what I'm saying. It's like it is relative. So I acknowledge that definitely sucks. But yeah, because just the phrasing to understand the pain. Yeah. Okay, good. Lots of yelling. Great. So why is this guy angry? So we're assuming. Well, what are we assuming here? We're assuming this is Noah in the ark. I guess they're setting us up that everything is evil? Is that what they're setting us up for? Is that where this guy... Okay. And he just runs away. So he breaks a door down. He throws a fruit stand, and then he runs off. You're not going to steal anything from the house. You're not going to steal the fruit. You're not going to steal the stand. You're not going to set it on fire. So... That, I mean, how evil can you be? You just broke down the door and you left. That's a dick thing to do, right? But you're not going to do anything beyond that. Is the donkey evil because it's burning down the village? Is that evil? Or is somebody evil because it's... Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? They are the bad guys. Now, I do worry a little bit about the copyright stuff. We tried to watch this once, and we got flagged for copyright because I didn't talk enough over it, or the music was playing. So Gizmo tells us they're all the bad guys. This guy's running around. Gizmo's being weird. And why would Superbook ever bring us here? That's a good question. That is a great question. Why is this book dumping us in one of the most violent eras? Hello, Juicy Lemons, fantastic. Smashing wood is a biblical smashing pumpkins. How old is this? PlayStation 2 era animations look better than this. That's a good question. This was uploaded 3 years ago. I don't know how old it is though. I'm gonna say the hand animation. I think that's a lot better. Smurrshaburr. When the Citrosaurus roamed the earth. Yeah, that's definitely as old. Let me pop out the chat real quick so I can watch and read at the same time. All right. Here we go. Biblical wokeism. Let me write emo music about all my problems and call it God-given BFE true. So the whole world's gone crazy. Okay, that's more what we're talking about, right? Obviously, the implication here is bad. For kids, they're just going to see, like, this lady's being kidnapped, right? But, I don't know. So, okay, if everybody's evil, hang on. If everybody's supposed to be evil, how come she's not, like, tearing the guy's head off and biting him in ripping off his ear with her teeth? How come this dude running in isn't stabbing this guy or, I don't know, setting them both on fire? Because everybody's evil. To me, this looks like this is a victim, and this guy, he's also losing out, right? So they're both having a bad time because of one person's evil actions. I don't know if this definitely shows off everybody's evil and deserves to die. Limu Emu, okay. Is that your band? The emu music. I love it. All right. Yeah, see this guy too. These guys just look like victims. I see there are the bad guys and there are just people being affected by the bad guys. I don't see it as everybody's evil. I don't know. I'm thinking if they had more, you know, when in the movie Constantine, the one with Keanu Reeves, when he went to hell, how they pans, it shows like below where he's walking, and then it pans up, and you see just all these people and demons just like writhing and ripping each other apart. That's kind of what I think of when I think everything is evil. But yeah, not this. This just looks like some people are jerks and having a bad time. Thank you, Tendril. Appreciate that, and hopefully you'll enjoy us watching Superbook and learning about Noah. The band name was Limited Life. Oh, I like that, and I see that's where you're getting your username from. So God is telling us that everybody's evil. Everything they think and plan is evil. Let's hear God's voice. I want to hear God's voice. Horse whinnies.
The wickedness of humankind is great. Everything they think and plan is evil.
So I will destroy every living creature on earth. Like, I love this. They're so evil, so I'm going to be even more evil. They can't out-evil God, okay?
So I will destroy every
Good
living
job,
creature
God.
on earth. I am sorry I ever made them.
Okay, so I like that they're including this regret. I wonder, as a kid, what would I have thought about God being sorry in a cartoon? This idea that God felt bad that he created us, this was almost presented like he didn't want to do it, he just had to do it. And that's how it was presented to us in Sunday school. But of course, when you get older, you wonder, well, wait, couldn't he have predicted that this would happen? I mean, he's God, right? So, emo bluegrass, Mandower Lint. Oh my God, this is great. Thank you, John. I usually think that I'm pretty great. Okay, good. That's gonna be the God aspect here. Horse 2 is evil and wicked. Toddlers 2, they suck milk evilly. God having regret is like a cell phone. Right. I mean, this is, I don't know. CBN, what is that? Christian Bible Network? Christian Broadcasting Network? Alright, this is the Superbook intro. We're not going to listen to the music because we don't want to get flagged for copyright. So they fly in. And I like this. So they show it originally like in Hebrew, and then the writing changes as they get to the Old Testament or the New Testament. I think that's kind of a cool effect. We see the star. They're walking towards the star. I like that the desert sand kind of turns into the book pages. I think that was a good creative choice. So I think they did a really good job with this intro. There's Jesus eating that weird seating arrangement. And then heaven at the end. The ending of this, by the way, this ending heaven, I don't know, it's got some real almost Jehovah's Witnessy vibe to it. I don't know why. Because if heaven's supposed to be inside the gates, what's the rest of this? It's got to be New Earth, right? Right? So I don't know. And then I don't know why other Christians don't acknowledge New Earth. We're not all going to heaven. It's only the 144,000. Egyptian style heaven. There we go. Just constantly farming. Get your little tchotchke doll to help us out. Wait, hang on. So we're not listening to it. This guy hits his horse, but the caption said glass smashes. Let's see if we found this or read this correctly. So the horse whinnies, and then glass smashes, and then he hits the horse. All right. So I don't know. This looks like a zombie apocalypse. They're freaking out. And Gizmo's like, save me. Okay, shut up, Gizmo. Get him to save you. It was his idea to skip school. Okay. So Joy, she's not having any of this. Now Gizmo, again, look at his face. He's having trouble processing that humans are talking. He's not a good robot at all. First of all, they got to be quiet. He's there shouting, and then she's pissed, which I think is justified. It was his idea to skip school and read the damn Bible, Yeah, that's it. And he's like, well, I mean, you were there with me. You were crushing all over Pierce. Oh. is that seems a little more young adult? How old are these kids? So he's picking a lock. And she's like, "Are you sure about breaking and entering, Chris?" I like how this guy's like, "Are you sure about this? Like, are you sure about committing a crime? Like, should we be doing this?" Smushy, smushy head. Her emotions, I'd be that way. I'd be pissed at this guy too, right? You have first period study hall. And I have a note from mom. Okay, so she's going to skip class anyway. Okay, study hall's still a class. You still got to take attendance. And he forged a note from his mom. So they could break. Where are they? Okay, where do you think they're breaking into? We get a weird looking. I don't know what year this is, by the way. The photo when Chris burned down his house, the photo that he had was this. It was like one of those digital picture frames, but it was just one photo. I don't know, and so it kind of glitched out a little bit. And it looks like this is some kind of, what kind of tractor beam looking fence is this? I don't know what this fence is made of, but it's not anything that we would use today. So I don't know what year this is supposed to be. I don't know what this flaming thing is next to Joy. I don't know. But I have no idea how old these kids are. I thought they were supposed to be like 8 and 9. Now it seems more like they're 14. It's 20 year of the rapture. It could be. It could be. Reminds me of the bad guy in Katy Perry's Wide Awake music video. Yeah, remove yourself from that stitch, homegirl. Absolutely. It's made of holograms. Well, then can't you just walk through it? Or is it gonna have a reaction, like if you break through the beam? That might be it. So, wait. They've got all this high-tech stuff. And then it's got a regular padlock that you could just pick. Okay. Well, you know, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Relax. Okay, so here's Gizmo. What's he gonna do? Ahem, Chris, you left your lunch at home again. What is this lunch pail? I don't know. It's some kind of robots that fly with pincher hands and they're shooting blue lasers. So Gizmo goes to school. Do the other kids have a Gizmo too? I don't know. This is a weird universe that we're here. So I use my GPS to track you here. Wait. What's on his body that he can track? Did Gizmo put a collar? He's got an air tag on Chris? You appear to be breaking into the skateboard park. Skateboard park? Is that what this looks like to you? Does it look like a damn skateboard park? It looks like a, what's it called? Like a nature preserve or something, right? And he says, so you're breaking in. He's like, look, we're kind of busy, robot. And then, hey, you ready? Oh, yeah. He calls him Quantum. Why do you think he calls him Quantum? His name is Chris. Again, this is supposed to be the cool kid. So who do we got? We got Beanie Guy, who, I don't know, he sells acid, does acid, doesn't sell the acid because he does it. He claims he sells it, but he doesn't make any money because he's doing it himself. So that's this guy. You can smell him. He probably lives in, like, Redding, California. We got a guy behind him who's got an afro mohawk and a receding hairline. Like the male pattern baldness receding hairline. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Just give him the mohawk? What is wrong? Why do we have the receding hairline? I don't know. We got the other guy who says he's probably in a band, but he's just learning to play guitar, and it's just him. He also probably hasn't showered in a while, and it looks like he's wearing a women's tank top. So, go off, sis. And then we've got this, I don't know, punkish, emo-ish kind of girl. I mean, all right, cool. And and they're all wearing elbow pads. You're not even. I like that they're breaking the law, but it's still safety first. This is great. I like I don't know what message I'm supposed to receive here as a kid watching this. As long as, you know, you break the law, but don't be stupid. Is that what we're doing? You know, break the law, but make sure you bring your helmet. I'm not sure. 2010 scene chick. Yeah, definitely. don't worry, Wayne. I don't know what we're walking into either, other than a skate park run by holograms. I hate Reading. You're welcome, trusty Abe. You know exactly the type of person I'm talking about. The Village People, if this becomes a Hawking spin-off video game, I'm in. Like Tony Hawk, that would be fine. But if you mean like Stephen Hawking, and that they get, I don't know, paralyzed from the neck down because they injure themselves despite having their safety padding, yeah, that would be a turn that this definitely takes. So again, why is he calling him Quantum though? That's like a nickname I would give somebody if I wanted them to think that I was being positive, but I'm actually insulting them. Because, Quantum's very small. Like, what are we insulting Chris for being small? So the gate clicks open. Wait, did the holograms disappear? Okay, she's into him. She's into the unwashed acid dropping aesthetic. She likes it. Oh, hey, Joy. And you see her obviously giving him the eyes. The girl in the back is like, has anybody noticed this chick is way too into this guy? And again, what is this dude supposed to be? I don't like the receding hairline. He's got a dog tag, and he's got a handkerchief around his neck, and the handkerchief has gold stripes. The dog tag looks like a price tag hanging from the handkerchief. I don't know who designed him. I don't like it. I don't. I don't like that this guy's wearing 20 layers of stuff. It's obviously not that cold. The girls are wearing short sleeves. Joyce has her skirt on. It's not that cold, but he's got. Oh, it's for the track lines. Yeah, he's covering them up. All right, it is a young Mr. T. It's given that, isn't it? All right. Yeah, it's like, why has he got so? No, he's got his sleeves rolled up. I don't know. What do we got? This freaking twisted metal looking hovercraft painting. Okay, we like the clown. Appreciate the clown. Your skateboards have rockets? Why is he freaking out? You live in the future too, Chris. Okay, you're not from Superbook times. Those are Nitro Blasters, and it's how my team's gonna win. The Insane Games next week. You think you're tough enough to ride with us? No, probably not, because you didn't even know you could Nitro boost a freaking... This guy, look at his face. This guy looks more dead than I do. Look at this guy's face. This is Redding, California. It's not even a real mohawk, it's a chicken hawk. Her name's Xena. See, that's cool. She's the only one that was designed somewhat well. Alright, we shot this video. Okay, we got Google Glass. She's shoving it on. I think she's into, like... She's into Chris. So they're zipping around, hoverboarding. Well, we got heavy rock music, but we gotta listen to this.
Enough to ride with us?
I hate his voice.
Yeah, well... Show him what it takes, Xena.
Xena? It's Xena. Girl.
We shot this video on a street run last week.
Okay. Shoving it on. Okay. Alright. That's not bad. That's not bad. The music has a better character design than this Mr. T guy. And they're hitting each other, they're swinging chains at each other, damaging vehicles. So they're recording their crimes in a time that I'm pretty sure there's security cameras. These kids are gonna get whooped, How are they? What is this, a Best Buy? What is this store? It's big and it's empty. Yet there's all these cars here. What is this? What is this? Is this some kind of like Amazon warehouse where everybody just goes to work and nobody can be let out? Is that what this is? Can we pretend they're about to vandalize a Tesla lot? It could be. Is everyone on Ozempic? It could be. It could be. Beat it. Oh, there's security. Okay. Show's over. Now see what you got. So security wasn't keeping the place very secure. They busted up several cars. We got a clown with like a rocket. I don't know. If I would have designed this, I would have done at least 2 hats to make them kind of look like horns. I think that would have looked pretty cool. Looks like somebody cut their food stamps. No, well he's his backstory I've decided, is he's from Redding, California, and he makes money as somebody who deals acid, except he just does all his acid. So he doesn't actually make the money, and he's just on acid. And he hasn't showered in weeks. And she really likes that. It's that whole pheromone thing she's into. Look at this face. He's not into her. He is looking... Who is that? He's got a kind of a Michael Jackson kind of look to him there. Like Thriller. Right? He's doing Thriller by himself. She's like, yeah, excuse us a second. And he's just, whatever. He doesn't care. Alright. So Gizmo's like, look, this is dangerous. I'm programmed to make sure you don't die, even though we keep getting sent to Bible times where you absolutely can die. I care about you right this second. And he's like, yeah, that's why they're called the skateboard maniacs, you guys. That's the most legit back. I think I've put more effort into the characters than the artists have. They're the hottest team in town. Okay. So they want me to join before the insane games. And why do the words maniac and insane not worry you? This is a great question from Gizmo. First of all. Second of all, Chris, you better have a good answer. You got to be like adrenaline junkie answer, something. Because I don't know Chris is an adrenaline junkie. I know him as a kid who accidentally burns down his house. Okay? Yeah, you know that guy from high school. Okay, so... I'm not... I didn't pull this out of nowhere. So can you see this Pierce person is violent? Wait, what do you mean violent? And Joy... Oh, Joy, please don't say that. She's like, I think he's... Oh, Joy. Are we playing into the trope already? Girl, no. If Gizmo... Okay, Gizmo is already red. He can recognize red flags. We understand this. If he's telling you this boy is no, you need to say, I don't want to be a DV victim. So that's Joy. What are you doing? She's going to be 13 and pregnant, and the guy can't even support him, even though he's a drug dealer, because he doesn't deal, just to himself. Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Whiskers. You should have joined us 20 minutes ago. We were just talking about a bunch of people dying. So, yeah. Those kids filming themselves doing crimes will be Johnny Somali'd so hard. Yes. Absolutely. I'm glad. What is this? Oh, is it Superbook? Wait, why is Chris excited? Look at his face. Alright, look. Why do the words insane and maniac not bother you? Oh my god, I think he's cute though. Oh. Wait a minute. Superbook tones. What's the tone of Superbook? You know, we don't care. And Chris looks really excited. So for a guy that was pretty excited about the, you know, the Maniacs Club, he's like, oh good, Bible adventures. You know? So we got Bible adventures. Superbook is like, we would meet a righteous man who walked in fellowship with God. Well, I can tell you one thing. If there's a righteous man left on earth, it isn't in this town. Oh, okay, so they're done having the flashback. Okay. Her skirt got very long. I mean, I appreciate that design, but just give her shorts. You know what I mean? Superbook tone is super copyrighted. I bet it is. Thank you to Apologia for letting us use the Bible, For the Bible Tells Me So jingle. It's just freely available on his channel to use. So, get your Superbook app. This guy's gonna beat him. Wait, okay. So, it is insane times, right? Should we get the Superbook app? Can we put it, can I put it on the computer? Let's see. Can we get it? I don't know. We'll see if we can get it on the computer. I'll see if I can download it later. Okay, it's Noah's Ark Bible Times. You are evil. You're 100% evil. You're not just evil, you're chaotic evil. You're just evil because. Is this the weapon that you're going to choose? And is this the outfit you're going to choose? I'm going to say no for both. Alright? If I'm this guy, I'm going to be running around naked. Just naked. I don't know why. I feel like that's going to embody what I'm about. Is like chaotic evil energy. Just naked dude. And then I feel like I would put I don't know, shards of rock or something in that just to embed it, make it hurt more, or a whip, something, or a really big, like big piece of wood, you know, not a baseball bat. I don't know. Do we think the baseball bat size wood is practical? Is this what you would choose? Like, you're so evil. God is going to kill you and every living thing, including plants, which had nothing to do with nothing. Is that really the weapon that you're going to choose? Are you going to put a little, like, ascot around your neck? I don't know. I would be, like, ripping out. I would set my beard on fire. I mean, I would be looking really cool. What has he got, a wrist bandage on? What is this? He got, what is that called? Carpal tunnel from using his weapon. I guess that's why he switched hands. What do we got here? Or is this his protective gear? Like, even when we're committing evil, atrocious acts, we still have to have protective gear on. Come on. Getting used to it. Pain pills hit my area hard. Yeah, man. Jeez. Freaking the Fen zombies and stuff. It's not good. It is not good. The kids are freaking out. Okay, they all disperse. Plants aren't evil. Guess you never heard of the devil's ivy. That's true. Some plants are pretty bad. And poison ivy, I just don't deal with it very well. Okay, so Gizmo, wait. Gizmo says, hey guys, I would like to stay and protect you. And Joy's like, what are you doing? Where are you going? And he's like, anywhere but here. Oh, I thought he was gonna zip away, like helicopter off, you know, go gadget, like Hatacopter or something. No, he's just running. Well, good. You should run. That's how you're protecting them. Let me guess. Are they going to go to one of these mountains? Is that where they're going to go when it rains? I don't know. So all these plants, evil. You know, I would draw it like the Evil Dead. It's forest. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so Joy is like, I don't understand why Superbook is putting us here. Everyone in town sucks. They're all stupid. And Gizmo's like, yeah, we're supposed to meet somebody who's in fellowship with God. I guess we're gonna meet Noah, but if you guys watched the reading of what's it called, the Book of Enoch, we know that Noah was not a good guy. God was a burning bush, so at least one plant was evil. That's true. He is a cowardly robot. Look at this guy. He's built like a little tank. I bet you could fit at least one of the kids in his torso. Whoa, guys, I think I found our man, says Chris. And they're walking really slowly for some reason. So he's a guy, he's just stepping into the light. I guess that's how we know. So for the kids, and for us, the viewer, we can understand this is a holy man because he's stepping into this light. But what about from his perspective? What's he doing? Is he just making vitamin D for the day? Is he talking to God? What's he doing? God can't make bushes burn. He can make them burn, just not burn up. Also, iron chariots can't deal with that. Okay. Oh, he's just receiving an incoming message. So if you're not in the light, God can't communicate with you. He had to like go to this one spot to receive the communication. Got it. It's the Kaaba. Perfect. So God, build an ark from the cypress wood and waterproof it with tar, inside and out. Okay, God, you do not have to tell Noah. He's a professional shipbuilder, right? Isn't that his job? Isn't he a shipbuilder? Did they fall and hit their heads while hoverboarding? I missed how this flashback or whatever happened. So they were talking about, Chris was like, I'm going to be joining the hoverboard squad. Gizmo said, are you stupid? Like, these guys are violent and they're criminals. And Joy's like, I think they're kind of hot. And then Superbook just shows up and transports them. So this isn't even a flashback. This is just them hanging out and then disappearing. So that's going to mess with Acid Boy's freaking trip. Tang Dynasty can make the Kaba bush burn. There you go. What's an ark? What do you mean? What's an ark? Aren't you in a Christian private school? Man, these are the Christians that we were told existed, even though they don't. You know, the Christians that, like, they've never heard of Jesus. My records indicate an ark is described in the Bible. Okay. As a large boat built by no... Well, no, it's a box. It's not a boat. It's a box. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits. Its width 50 cubits. Its height 30 cubits. Yeah, see, it's just a box. It looks like a coffin. You shall make one window. Wow. One tiny window. I love it. Nobody's gonna die from carbon dioxide poisoning. No, we're good. We're good. It's got one door on the side, and wait, why is it on the side? Shouldn't it be? It'd be nice if it's on the top. You make it with 3 decks. This is great. This is enough for all the animals ever. Because wait, if we're saving the animals, then some of the animals aren't evil. So why are we killing all the rest of the animals? It is a myth. No, Victoria, this really happened. Chariots of Iron, Seals of Ford. Because among be a boring goody two-shoes and crime, there's no fun to be had. If you want to have fun, you'll end up a criminal and evil. Apparently, that's it. What's an ark? If only a large building dedicated to teaching us what one is. Right. Also, ironically, should get flooded. Exactly. Totally seaworthy. I bet the ark smells nice. Oh, yes. Animals just ripping, just animal farts everywhere. Wait, look. How does he say this? Because to me, this is going to be sassy. Why he should say, and lo, the earth shall be covered with a flood, right? He's not like, look. I just listen, okay? Do not argue, all right? I'm going to flood the earth. So just listen. How long do you think God's nails are? All right, so we're doing this, and we'll listen to God's voice.
Look, I am about to cover
No,
the...
I don't like it. I like my version better. Look, I'm about to cover the earth with a flood. Okay? I'm going to destroy everything that breathes, including plants. Everything on earth is going to die. 9 inches. Thank you, Phantom. Maybe all the cedar counteracts this petting zoo smell. It might, but it also might just smell, yeah, it might smell like a hamster cage, right? Everything on earth's gonna die, Noah, so stop giving me sass. And then there's distant sounds of violence. I like that. I like that, because it gives our imagination. Because we're not listening to this, so we don't get copyrighted. Distant sounds of violence. So they shake hands, which apparently is a greeting at the time. Cool. So I'm gonna establish my covenant with you, all right, and your family. So listen, I am very big on incest. So you guys are gonna go in there, all your sons and their wives, and then they're just gonna like not die. Upbeat music with a galloping rhythm. Let's listen. Let's listen to it. Okay. No, Chris, look. You saw like these guys, Chris.
Yo.
I don't know what you're thinking, but these are strapping carpenters. They do this for a living, and it takes 2 of them to lift and transport a log. And Chris here, having never lifted anything resembling a weight in his life. Look at this kid. Look at him. This malnourished little guy. He's gonna be like, And Joy doesn't even help him. She's just gloating. Not like you could do any better. It's just because she feels better because she didn't act stupid. So, here, Chris, are you gonna impress me? And Chris is like, and she's shaking her head. She's like, this kid. Now that Pierce guy, man, if he couldn't lift it, I bet he thinks he can because he's on acid. He would never ask a girl for help. Eye roll emoji. I was expecting Iron Man. I know, right? Something better like that. Something like dwarf metal. Forget God. Noah was 600 years old. His nails were measured in meters. Oh, so they're cutting. Okay, I like this scene. I like it. So we see a time lapse. Gizmo. Yeah, that's cheating. God did not say use power tools. And Gizmo, wait, he's stuck in the... Okay. I mean, I can appreciate the physical comedy. I like it. I also like it because it seems like sacrilegious that he was even doing that and God stopped him. So as a Christian, a former Christian, I feel good. Oh, wait, and then oh, perfect. All right, fantastic. So God just wholly rejects this thing. I want to point out that Noah's sons had to leave all their pre-flood children behind. That's okay. So we see in the book of Job, children are just replaceable. That's totally fine. We got 1 musical note. It's not that good of music, so we just get the 1 note to indicate it. Stately music with prominent brass. Okay. Let's pomp and circumstance this. Okay, I hear it. No, doesn't that sound like, what was that, like Sky Force Zone? Something like that? Sonic 2? Last stage? Right? Oh, okay, good. Hell yeah. Alright, well, if anything can remind me of playing Sonic 2, I'm happy with it. This woman is also severely malnourished. I don't know if she's also selling drugs, but she's severely malnourished. And what? Oh, it's the tar. Oh, that's why. She's just, Look at Mama back here just breathing in the tar fumes. Oh man, that's where the dark circles are. It's not that she hasn't slept. It's just tar sticking to her face. Look at that face. I don't know why she gave this weird look to her. This is just a weird exchange. So here, take this tar and just go give it to the boys. And then the stirrer of the cauldron, she looks at the one who's scooping the tar, and her face does this weird, like, eyebrows thing. Like, okay, give her the tar. Yeah, that's what the tar is for. What do you think? You're just there stirring it? Like, that's your whole job, is just to stir tar for no purpose? Like, yeah, alright, sure, just give out the tar. Not like I'm slaving over this hot cauldron. Like, what is this? 10,000 cigarettes. Thank you, Wayne. You and your younglings with your video game references. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Maybe they waited till they were 500 before they started a family back then. So we got this, the tar. Okay. We got the nails. The nails look like bones, which is great. Gizmo's singing. What's he sound like? That's not singing. That's just him not knowing anything. Also, why are you carrying completed planks and one piece of, like, timber? What is wrong with you? What are you doing? Are you felling or are you selling? What are you doing, sir? Stirring tar sounds like old-timey slang for back shots. He falls down, and then more stuff is falling on him. This is a well-built robot. He could take a good couple hits from, like, some crazy guy. Alright, so they're having a good time. We missed out on the part where all the evil people come up and make fun of them. That's interesting. Noah's wife. Oh, you've really done it, Noah. You've made us spend all this time. What was it, like 100 years or something, right? And Noah's 600. Joy, she's like, that's a big boat, because I've never seen a boat, and I don't know how boats work, and I don't realize that it's actually a box. It's a big rudderless boat that's supposed to just sit in the water. The music crescendos. I mean, it's big, okay? This is some old school Ark Encounter, sure. I think they did a good job with the tar drips. I think that's a nice detail, okay? Wasn't it just the one family who went on the Ark? It was like one extended family. Noah, his sons, and all of their respective wives. Who are all those other people? Those are his 3 sons and their wives. Yeah, where are all the people making fun of him? Exactly. Sorry for spoilers. You are very correct, Joy. It is a very big boat, which we have built in the middle of nowhere with no water in sight. And, by the way, the instruments show no sign of potential precipitation. That's okay. God doesn't follow meteorology. To God, meteorology may as well be astrology. Okay, he just does whatever he wants. Gizmo, God said he would cause a flood. So, my guess is your instruments are, like, wrong. Oh, God says, come into the ark. Oh, sorry. Come into the ark, guys. Forgot we had a sassy God. You and all your household, because I have seen before you that you are righteous before me in this generation. So remember, they're righteous because, according to the Book of Enoch, they did not have sex with angels. That was it. Have sex with or be influenced by angels. So the angels came down, the Watchers came down, and they were giving out just like tips on makeup, tips on metallurgy, tips on medicine. Okay? The 3 M's, God doesn't like it. And Noah, not because he's righteous, it's because he's like the worst alcoholic ever. He's just a bad father, he's a bad husband, and he has a bad problem with drinking. So his family like cannot go interact with the rest of the town. They're just like isolated in this region by themselves. And that's where the problem kind of comes in for them. And then God's like, oh, so you haven't like had sex with angels or learned how to do their makeup? Fantastic. And I'm not making the makeup up. It's makeup. Makeup is part of the evils that they've learned. Enoch, ancient aliens mentioned. We got bears. We got zebra. Where are we supposed to be? We got birds. We got, what is this? African coconut-laden swallows. We've got foxes. 2 of each of the animals that are unclean, but we got to take like 7. Oh my god, look at all of them. The kangaroos. How did the kangaroos get there? Number 1. Also, do male kangaroos have pouches? Because they both have pouches. Because if it's going to be that kind of party, you know what I mean? So Enoch is the original hillbilly. Oh, yes. Yes. Well, I guess not Enoch. It's going to be Noah, because Enoch is Noah's grandson, something like that. What did the ancient Israelites have against makeup? Wasn't that one of the faults of Jezebel too? I mean, so one of the things that some of the comments will say on my videos is that I am like a shapeshifter, so perhaps it was just too much magic. I don't know. How does this line up with Islam? Are those angels jinn? No, because angels are angels. Jinn are... They're not the same as demons, but they can be. They're just... Jinn are... They're made just like humans are made. And just like humans, some of them are okay, and some of them are just jerks. It's complicated. They hopped on and no, only the female have pouches. 3 kangaroos each. Things that I never thought I'd read or have to say. Wait, I'm a shapeshifter, apparently, which I'm okay with. I think it's a great compliment. All right, so we've got the kangaroos. Yeah, they're about the same height too, same size. We know those male kangaroos. They're like gunning, right? They're just like flexing. Do we have any lions? We got gorillas. Every time I see a gorilla, I'm reminded of Pictionary. So my family was playing Pictionary, and I was on a team with my dad. And we had this, I don't know if it's a house rule or not, but if you can get the person to say something, you can write that down. Or if you get them to say something like, I need, like let's say kite. Or a kangaroo, and I'm really bad. Like I try to draw a kangaroo and it sucks. I can draw a kite, and since you said k, like for K, I can write a K. So he's drawing this stuff, and he's drawing like the stoplight, and he's pointing to the bottom one, and I'm like green. He drew this thing. I can't make out what it is, so he's drawing this other stuff, and so eventually the time goes out, and he says go, and I was like, oh, go. I'm sorry. And I said, well, what was the word? He said gorilla. And so I said, how are you going to draw a gorilla after that? And it was just, it's one of those things where in Pictionary it makes sense when you're under the time crunch, but after that it doesn't make sense. So every time I see a gorilla, I just think of gorilla. So there's that for you guys. Draw the Tang Dynasty and then draw the Kappa. You are very into that right now. So it's big enough for some of... Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I hope we have room for all these animals. Yes, and I hope we have rooms big enough for some of these animals. Wow, ye of little faith, Gizmo. Can a robot have faith? Hang on, let's ask ChatGPT. Hypothetically speaking, can AI have faith in a religion? Question mark. Let's see what it says. I don't see seals. Well, that's okay. They can swim. That's okay. It cannot truly have faith in religion, not in the way humans do, because faith is more than data, behavior, and language. It's belief, subjective experience, consciousness, and a sense of the transcendent. Okay. Well, it's got more stuff. No mortality or existential questions. Mimicry doesn't equal belief. Can we pretend it has faith? Sure. You can design a character like that. So again, if one day if AI somehow develops self-awareness, emotional experience, and a sense of the unknown, the question might evolve: could it develop something like faith? And then would that be real belief or just an emergent illusion? Well, I mean, our brains are just making up emergent illusions all the time, right? I think Alex OC forced the GPT to convert. You just got ChatGPT to believe in God. That's interesting. Was it with was it with the which argument? The Kalam argument? Is that what worked? Maybe we should ask it the Norm and Frank argumentation and then see if it'll believe at the end. Wait, why are some of them in a pen? So hang on. We got the animals. Hope we have all the room for the animals. That tar lady is looking like something. Hey, look at all the animals. Yeah, this is cool. All right. So we've got 1 male lion, 3 female lions. We've got 2 bulls, no cow. Uh-oh. We have, what is this, an oryx? And then a donkey? Okay, I don't think that works. We've got, but then there's these, so all of these animals, they're going into the ark. They're getting loaded, right? We've got other animals that are just dilly-dallying. I don't know. They're looking for the gift shop. We've got 2 animals that are inside a pen for some reason. Then we have a pen that is animal-less. With no, well, there are doors. Okay, good. They drew the doors. So they put some detail into these pens, but what are they for? Aren't the animals supposed to be just getting onto the ark? I don't know. We got some leftover pieces of wood. Maybe bring that in. You can burn them or something. In your, oh, we got fire pits. We got the tar pit. The animals are not knocking it over. That's nice. I really like the 2 bulls. All right, we got camels. They're not afraid of fire, which is really, really useful. Ostrich. Here we've got, yeah, 2 bulls. Fantastic. Pandas. That's great. I'm glad that we were able to save the animals from Australia, animals from China. You can't get on the ark until after you go through security. This is your PC and Pokemon. They're skipping the 7 clean one. Apparently, it's the security system. Is this in Kentucky? It may, yeah. They're having their own encounter, and I guess the animals are gonna get there to Kentucky the same way that they're gonna get to, you know, what is this, Mount Ararat nearby? So we've got American bald eagles. Boy, these boys flew a long way. They sure did. And what's coming up next? Toucan? Okay, I like that. We got some deer. Sacrificial animals to the right. Look at the lemur in the back. And we've got these chlamydia bears. Non-sacrificial animals to the left. So wait, we're bringing animals to sacrifice. I love it. I love it. What? Oh, yeah. That I would do that too. Because that's speciest, right? Like to say, okay, you're just for slaughter and you're for living. Yeah, I'd poop on him too. The pigeons coo. There it is. We got lambs hanging out. We got flamingos. It's a good thing cows don't fly. That's a pretty funny joke. I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. That's a lot of rams getting on. Oh, it's because they're gonna kill them all. That's right. We got the elephants. Somehow Joy got on top of an elephant. She thought it was a good idea. The chlamydia bears. Yeah, the koala bears. Because they, like, what, like 75% of them have chlamydia? Zoonotic disease catastrophe impending. Yeah, exactly. Where are the non-avian dinosaurs? Exactly. I don't know. We gotta ask, who is it? Ken Ham for that? Haven't seen the wolverines. That's okay. They can survive. The honey badgers, they can survive. The elephant trumpets at the same time. Oh, I thought that was a big pile of crap. No, that's the tar pit. Okay. This is great. So Noah says it looks like this is the last of them. Great. We got the penguins. Are you for real? I hate everything. How did they acquire them? I just hate everything. I'm mad. I don't know why I wasn't more mad at the kangaroos, koalas, and pandas, and bald eagles. This is just pissing me off. I don't know why. Specifically, where are the polar bears? Huh? Where are the Arctic foxes? How come we didn't include those there? So, on Pokemon Go, there's a cracked version that you can play, and you can map anywhere, and there's actually Pokemon Go stops and gyms in Antarctica in the McMurdo base, which means people put them there, which is great. I'm so happy. They should have went with those blue Australian penguins. Yeah, they could have been the ones from like South Africa. All right, I know they're not all Antarctic, because they're not Arctic. They're in the Antarctic. We're the chimps and orangutans to help with the chore. Exactly. They're just, I don't know. Maybe, well, they disappeared because all the humans evolved from the monkeys, and therefore we have no monkeys. This is a different belief system where the Bible is literally true, and also their misunderstanding of evolution is also literally true. Whoa, totally awesome. Oh my god. I like that all they had to do was leave a little bit, and the town is it's just gone to hell by itself. Alright, we get a nice shot of the Ark. They all fit so perfectly. Animal noises of all kinds. Let's listen. Now I hear music. I don't hear animal noises. Alright. What do we got? Wait, are those dinosaurs? Hang on. Those, I forgot what they're called. But you know the little ones that like attack that little girl in, what is it? Jurassic Park 3 or something? The little green ones. No, they're like goats. I thought they were dinosaurs. We got the kangaroos. They're just bouncing around free. How come some of them are free? I get if they're birds, but how come some of them are free and then the other ones are just caged? Is it because some of them are on 2 legs? That seems pretty racist. I'm from the state in Australia with the rare penguins. Oh, that's great. Are they protected? When the earth was covered with water, was it fresh or salt water? It was brackish water. That's the only thing it could be. Wait, was that a freaking, like, ice sheet? It can't be, right? It's gotta be like a salt flat or something. Rewind it a bit. Okay. Is that good, Phantom? Yeah, I know. I noticed that there are these slats. They're to vent the area. So, I don't know. Because I heard one window. Vertical window, right? Didn't you? Yeah, that's the thing. That's why this arc, the twist is they're all going to drown. And as they're drowning, God's going to say, I told you, it was one window. Don't do it. And that's the twist. All right. And then Superbook's going to bring them back. And then Gizmo's going to say, I think we learned a lesson today about following the rules. And the rules are in place for a reason. And then Joy and Chris are going to be like, yeah, I guess we don't want to be on these, like, nitro hoverboards. Let's go to Bible church school. That's it. The graphics are so 2003, which would be even better if these were made in, like, 2023. Chapter 1 of the Jurassic Park book. Okay, I didn't read the book. I can't read or write. God disapproves. This was the beta arc. Yes, but not protected enough. They should have a small island off limits to stop feral cats and dogs. They should. Crickets chirp. Is that what we're hearing? Distant violence. They're still doing the... Haven't they killed each other yet? Okay, we got some pita. We get some hummus. So, Noah, like, how did things get this violent? I mean, is God really angry with, like, everybody? I don't know if angry is the right word, Chris. I gotta sound old. He's 600. Real robot voice, please. I don't know what his real robot voice is, honestly. They don't mention anything about the ballast in the Bible, so it's just the box that's gonna flip and spin in the water until it breaks apart. Oh yeah, that's the whole point. The robot voice is monotone James Hetfield. I'm just channeling what's his name from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. How do I sound old and Jewish and male? I don't know if angry is the right word, Chris. I think the Lord is heartbroken. And Japheth. This guy, he's, who was he? He's the one that they believe, they being like some of the dogma, some Christian sect dogma, he made the Asians. So him and his wife, do they look Asian enough? Because they made all the Asians. okay? Well, I mean, they're already Asian. They're West Asian, so I guess that was easy. It seems bit by bit, mankind has turned to evil and violence. And now all that remains is that evil and violence. And you're like, whoa. Noah's wife. Oh, how do you sound like an old tar-ridden Jewish lady? Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. As for the rest, well, you saw them. Middle Eastern woodwind. Okay, let's listen. Okay. We got mystical. That's it. Asteroids, black. He's not mad, he's just disappointed, murderously disappointed. Exactly. Well, he promised not to do it ever again with water, so we still have fire, earth, wind, plasma, acid, and he can invent new ones for the occasion. That's true. God's got a wild hair where the sun don't shine, exactly. Orientalism, check. We did it. Straining at the ropes. Ugh. Pull this up. This is heavy. We should have built it out of something that's not, what was it, cypress? Cedar. Well, I mean, the cedar is the good wood, right? They're in there, they're in the Levant. Wait, hang on. Why did he side-eye him? Ugh, it's no use, it won't budge. And he's like... Look at Noah's face. He's like, you little shit. We've worked so hard. God will not let us fail now, you little... Just get out of here. You with your sleeves. Like, look at how pissed he is. Let's go for once. Wait, so God has to flood the entire earth to destroy that one tiny village. The one village, it's a microcosm, okay? We didn't want to animate the rest of them, alright? It's bull harder, kid. Yeah, don't use those beasts of burden or anything. Wait, is God gonna help him? Oh, okay, so God has to shine a light, and he's like, listen, ladies, let me show you how it's done. There you go. Pull. Pull with your little muscles. And it slammed shut. God was like, I am not playing. I am not playing. Why did I get you? Why did I get these geriatrics to build this thing that requires so much physical strength? It's supposed to be gopher wood, more proof it's a false art. No, we're saying it's cedar because we don't want it to smell bad. But that's it. So we got cedar wood, we've got slats in the top. We're dying. This is destined for this is Final Destination 0, okay? This is the prequel. It was the beta release. Exactly. Great, now we're in the boat with hundreds of soon-to-be smelly animals. He's got a very good look of trepidation on him for a very 2D character who cannot smell. I appreciate it. Sing exit light, enter that grain of sand, and make it as monotone as you can. Do the how can I exit light, enter night? It's not just cedar, eastern red cedar. It's imported from America. Wonderful. It might be lighter if they clean the door off. That's true, but the God did not say if it had to be clean. He likes a dirty bottom. Whoa, what's that? Rumbling. What's this rumbling?
Uh-huh. There it is.
Oh, Gizmo's voice is awful. My Gizmo voice is way better. We have all been spared. the Lilman provides. The robot is the only logical character in the story. He's very good this time. I don't know if maybe the French translation made him seem like he was very focused only on his stupid pen. Does the robot have a sense of smell? I'm not sure. It maybe he's just feeling bad for the humans. No, it makes sure everyone and the animals are secured. Okay, go do it. Go. Gizmo. Whoa, securing the animals, right. Now it begins. I hope we didn't make any mistakes. Alright, so it's pouring rain. The rumbling intensifies. The earth is oh yeah, because what was that? The caverns of the earth opened up. So, yeah, it wasn't just water coming from the sky, it was water coming up. That's useful that we got the slat so Japheth can see what's going on. This is beautiful, and now it's getting destroyed. Mormon cedar, it could be. It doesn't have to be enough rain. We've got flood waters. The rain has a the force of tons per minute. Not yet, because we got the floodwaters opening up. But from my memory, isn't it that the caverns of the earth opened up and that's where the water left? Not that it opened up and produced water. Robots only have a sense of small. I like that. See, yeah, they're gonna drown in the box. No! No, what was that? That wasn't, how was the, that was, no! The penguin! No! Look at, forget Australia, they're not protected here either. Look at this, he fell out the door. Was that the door or was that another window that shouldn't have been there? Uh-oh, they're getting Final Destination. Look at this. I told you, prequel to Final Destination. Prophecy fulfilled. Oh, no. Yeah, what is this? That they aren't supposed to have this. What is this? Uh-oh. Yeah, the penguin just learns to swim just now. Well, how do you think he got here? Look at this. Where's the penguin? I'll save him. You can't. What, is he going to shoot him? He's going to shoot him in the... No, you're not supposed to have this window, first of all. This is against the code, okay? God's building code is up to his own standards. He just makes it up as he goes along. He's got those weird stairs that aren't all the same spacing, you know what I mean? And what is he doing? He's shooting this thing? A grappling hook? Okay, I guess that worked. You're lucky. Look at this. What is that? That's that scene from Interstellar. That guy gets destroyed. Oof. I'm glad this child was able to hold it shut. But then again, it was closing it with the force. And God commanded, thou shalt build at least one trapdoor. Exactly. Now penguins are extinct. Exactly. Look at this penguin. He's traumatized. They're all traumatized. Do not be afraid. The Lord is with us. He shall be our ballast that he didn't tell us to build. The mixed medium fails. Unfortunately. Oof. Oof. The waves. So they're all freaking out. I mean, yeah, it's pretty scary stuff. And we might just have a penguin break its neck. Just in here, you know? The ox, yeah. I never understood why the authors of Noah's Ark didn't say people and animals were fed manna from heaven during the flood. That's a good point. Maybe God wasn't, he didn't open the manna bakery just yet. Look, oof, ouch. This penguin is, dude, he knocked that penguin out. Look at this. He hits his head. He spins around and he doesn't move. The other penguin's like, are you good? I gotta reproduce with you. Do you have brain damage? And Gizmo is just... Where'd the penguins go? Oh, they walk off. Okay. I guess he's okay. Good job, Gizmo. You saved him. That's so sweet. Is that what you would say? That's really sweet. You saved him. Not like that was a good move. Now the penguins won't go extinct. Hey, thanks for helping fulfill God's plan, even though we built a window where there shouldn't be one. That was quick thinking. That was sweet. Or does she mean like, that was really sweet? Like, whoa, you know. They need some seatbelts. OSHA will be writing tickets all over. Would it be OSHA or the Department of Transportation? The editor wanted to keep the suspense heavy. Apparently they're doing it. Why couldn't they just take the male animals and God recreates the Eve of each of them? Ooh, that's a good question too. Whoa, that was like the wildest raft ride ever. Okay, he's an adrenaline junkie. That's the problem. Chris, this isn't some kind of amusement park. Like, we could just die. Like, well, she doesn't think about them. She thinks about the people that's inside. Oh, well, I guess the way she phrased it, that makes sense. Yeah. Chris, a bunch of, like, the whole world died. And you're just like, oh, cool, dopamine. Now he's like, man, you're harshing my buzz. You know, he's just having a bad day. Jeez, Joy, why you gotta bring down everybody? Read the room. So didn't Proto-Noah try to give immortality to Gilgamesh after this? He said, and it wasn't... I'm trying to remember. Because he said, go to the... Proto-Noah was running a bar at the end of the world. And he said, go even further and get the what is it, the thing, the flower that blooms in the bottom of the ocean, and then eat it, and then the snake ate it, which I think is great. That's great. Like, just a passing snake. And it's just like, flower. You know, those snakes and their well-known flower eating. Suspense in the Bible. I mean, there's some, it depends on who's the author, right? Depends. I'm sure some animals, including humans, made babies in the yard. Yeah, that's the problem. So what do we got? So now he's, oh, don't open the, didn't you see what happened last time we opened the window? The penguin died. So we're looking out, we see, it's just water. And there's just this long box, just drifting. It does look pretty desolate. I would have liked if they zoomed out a bit more. That would have really added to that desolate feel. Okay, I think this is a good way to show that it's... Can you imagine just how damp everything is going to be? How much mold is going to grow on stuff on the inside? No, thank you. Noah should have an Obi-Wan moment as everyone psychically screams, look at these animals. They're like crowded just to get fresh air. All these animals. He's marking off the days. 20 days. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Wait, why does... He's a robot. Why does he need to mark it on this thing? Doesn't he have like a built-in calendar? You're literally a calculator first. That's your job. That's your job, right? What are we doing with this? Splat. They step in poops. And would somebody keep the elephants in their pen? And the elephant trumpets. What do you think the elephant... Do you think he was saying sorry? Or do you think he was saying mind your own business? Watch out. Why don't you GPS your way around it and stop stepping in my crap? You know, my poops are so big, if you step in them, it's intentional. I sense a disturbance in the Yahwehs. I like that too, how you wrote that, because it also looks like it's the Yahweh hurts. The people who missed the boat are the lucky ones. What animals are those animals eating to survive after Noah stops taking care of them? What are they eating now? It'd be so smelly in there. Logic doesn't compute. Yeah, how are you walking into walls of elephant dung? Okay, wait, we got a little oil lamp. I like that. Are we having a Hanukkah moment? Is it enough that's going to last us for another extra 8 days? So Chris now, after 20 days, he's talking about the dude that Joy is crushing on. Pierce, yeah. So I thought you wanted to hang out with him. Be like him. He acts like he doesn't have to follow these rules. Like, he and his friends are special, you know? That sounds exciting and appealing, doesn't it? I feel like Noah's voice is so out of place and sharp, and I'm glad. A little dangerous. Definitely dangerous. You know that feeling you had? The feeling that says, I know what I'm doing is wrong. And we flash back to the clown. Eventually, you gotta stop listening to that voice. You make wrong choice there. Selfish decision here. Like your friends and those people out there. So he's saying that because you like extreme sports, you are gonna go to hell. This is very biblical. That's how we found out that Dungeons and Dragons is the devil. Duck Commander Noah, where are the life vests? Look, OSHA is not. The Department of Transportation is not. Nobody is not. Yahweh hurts all right. They didn't care long before they stopped living for the life God wants for them. Noah, you were just an alcoholic who like beats your kids. Your adult kids. What's wrong with you? Because remember, we're introduced to Noah because he got so drunk and naked. And one of his sons walks in like, Dad, can you... Oh, damn it, Dad. Duh. And he throws a blanket over Noah because he doesn't want to see his naked dad who's just hungover and just snoring and farting, right? And then Noah wakes up and he realizes, I didn't go to sleep with a blanket on. Who saw me naked? You perverts. And one of his sons is like, yeah, Dad, I think you got a problem and stop being nasty. And then Noah like curses him. We laugh and stuff, but isn't it horrible this is engineered to be appealing to children? Like the ultimate, look what you forced me to do. That's true, right? That's true. They should all whistle in case they should all have a whistle, right, in case they fall overboard. So finally they lost everything. Am I like them? Is it too late for me? Oh, sir, just because you forged a note from your mommy. child. No, Chris, you're still asking that question, so it's not too late. God does not abandon those who try to live for him. Just make sure not to ask too many questions. Noah is in shock, telling stories about the dead to make himself feel better, right? They deserved it. He's just like, they deserved it, they deserved it. We didn't have to reach out to them. They deserved it, they deserved it. It's not my fault that I didn't try to convince them. They deserved it. Oh, they're cleaning up. Well, how are they? Oh, they got grass seeds growing in there. Where are they getting this fresh water from? Where are they getting this dry hay from? Hay's not going to just fall apart like that. You need to do a better job, robot. Gosh, this robot can't be programmed for nothing. Oh. Electric blower. Okay, that's useful. What's up, Test? Yeah, shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Well, apparently you can. That's totally okay in the Bible. Oh, wait, didn't we? Oh, okay. And then the elephants. Okay, so he's still having a bad day. 40 days and 40 nights. Nothing but rain. How come? Oh, the animals are just out. They don't care anymore. The turtles, they don't care. We got the chlamydia bears. We've got the ostriches, the toucans. Everybody's just out. They're just out. How come those rabbits almost have no eyes? They look like chocolate bunnies. That's very unnerving. Maybe that's what they're eating. So, apparently, he really hates animals. And he ran away from the kids, saying, like, I know I should save you, but bye. I think he just has something against the living. Then God remembered Noah and every living thing. So God forgot about them. Thank you, Superbook. So they're floating around. It shouldn't have been 40 days. It was supposed to be 4 hours. You know, God just forgot. And all the animals that were with him on the ark. Maybe that's what that was the punishment for building the extra windows. God made wind to pass around the earth. Is that a fart joke? And the rain from heaven was restrained. Then exactly 5 months from the time the flood began. Is this when we're going to get that? Oh, it came to rest on Mount Ararat. Okay. 2.5 months later, as the waters go down. Yeah, it's the Epic of Gilgamesh. Well, I mean, part of it referenced. After another 40 days, he opens a window. He releases the bird. A raven. The bird flies back and forth. I mean, he releases the dove to see if the water can't find dry ground. And the water still covered the grounds. And everything's happening. So Noah just holds out his hand the whole time. Waiting for this bird. He's just bringing it back. Alright. What's this robot doing? Stop squirming or it's never going to fit. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? What's he doing? I mean, just where his hands were. I don't know. We're not gonna... Are we gonna... We're all thinking it. Chris, Joy, I've got to get off this boat. What's he doing? Do you know what the problem is with all these birds? They don't find any land? Precisely. Because Noah is sending them out without the proper equipment. Well, no more. Look at this bird. What has he got? What the hell has he got? It looks like that thing from Guardians of the Galaxy. I forgot the guy, but he whistles and has that little arrow thing that kills people. They get 1 hour of deck time every day back to their cells. The supervision structure is falling apart. The animals are free to harm themselves and others. Gutsa Given has a video on the impossible mud physics and the sediment of geology of the flood nonsense, right? Polishing a tool. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I've known every animal on this boat. I need some robusty. Aaron Ross Flood series is very good too. I believe it. But is anything better than the Superbook version? Honestly, this Final Destination 0. Look at this. It's got... Where did you get the freaking solar cells and stuff? Did he take part of his own body apart? That's creepy. That reminds me of that guy that made the replica of himself for his wife or something. because he thought he was dying, and then it turned out he wasn't dying. But since he pulled out all his hair and teeth and nails, his wife was like, yeah, no thanks. Solar powered thermal heat retainer, 6 weeks of food, and an umbrella for the rain that has not happened since. We will find the land in no time. So the kids are just looking at him like, this robot has gone crazy. What happened to the flood insurance? Who's gonna... Oh, this bird... Oh, no. He's gonna die. Oh, okay. That's good. And a parachute, because I don't know how to calculate... How does this robot not know how to calculate? Like, this is the question, right? Maybe he used the... Maybe he was using the European swallow. It should have been an African one. Never mind the bird act, Gizmo. Besides, Noah's already sent the dove out again. I think he's got it under control. The guy who just keeps releasing birds. Pastoral strings? What's pastoral about this? Dove? Let me guess. It's coming back with that leaf? That's a smart dove. Coming back with a leaf. He's like, I knew you'd want this.
Fruitful and multiply throughout the earth.
Are we gonna get the rainbow?
While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and...
So, how come the earth isn't, like, salted? You know, ignoring the sediments issue, how come the earth isn't salted? How is stuff still able to grow? My cat is one of my... I think it's Chunk. He's meowing out there. He wants it. Uh-oh, oh, no. Who are they gonna sacrifice? I mean, you've built a relationship with these animals at this point, right? They're gonna just sacrifice one. So we got the rainbow. This is my sign. My covenant with you. With all the earth. There's a lot of flowers growing for a place that was just salted. And that's it. So they're like, okay, we really don't want to see you for like several months, Dad. And he's like, I feel the same. So God is a murderer of the highest degree. Superbook makes the tones. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Oh, so in this one, they're not gone for hours. In the other Superbook, I think they were gone for hours. But this one, they're literally gone for 2 seconds. Okay. Rainbow is gay. That's it. Floods have no effect on plants. I have augmented the ark on the ark. The poor will be pleased. So, are you going to do this or not? Nah. What? You heard me. So, excuse me? Like, I'm late for school. Me too. I do not go to school, but I am late for other stuff. Don't you worry. Why is he gotta show off? Like, oh, I have a life too. I have things to be and places to do. Yeah. And they do not include you or, whoa, he was fixing to tell him off. And look at how, I'd be offended too. This no-life robot, literally and figuratively, he's about to insult me. You know, is this a bad trip? We don't know. It was Close Encounters tones. Thank you for catching it. Grok felt left out. The street child looks even more emaciated. Yeah, to him, the two seconds have been like 2 years. Okay, why is it keep... So it is an insult. Okay, go. But don't come crawling back, Quantum. Look how pissed he is. He's looking like Mick Jagger with no lips. Pissed. He's throwing his own stuff. Wait, well, why... Yeah, look at... Look at his crew in the back. They're like, why are you... We don't even know if he's good. And why do you keep calling him Quantum? So just come crawling back, Quantum, because these skateboard maniacs, we don't give second chances. Xena is like, And then Mr. T is just standing there. Does he even have a name? What did I ever see in him? He's not as cool as he thinks he is, and also he smells like a goat. Yeah. Do you realize we're gonna get detention for cutting class? Well, it could be worse. I mean, we've seen how things can get really bad. Remember all those people that died? See? That's the joke. That guy is yelling the way incels dive. He's just having a bad day. But God can make all things new again. Look at the school. Very stately, very private school. And then look at the background. These Jetsons-esque kind of futurism looking things in the back. And then the rainbow. That's a reminder, God loves you, just not all of you. The Salvation Poem? Okay, let's do it. Performed by. It's a poem, but it's got music. That's just called a song. It's a song with lyrics. Got upbeat music. We get to recap the video, okay? That's good. The kids can remember, they can recall. That's good. Oh, that lock wasn't normal. Because, look at that. It's got like a weird... What am I thinking? It looks like the doors on the Starship Enterprise. It's like, shoo, shoo. It's got one of those effects. Jesus, you died upon a cross. That's all we're going to listen to of that. We'll just read the rest. And rose again to save the lost. Okay. Forgive me now of all my sin. And come be my savior, Lord, and friend. Oh, we're doing the prayer. This is the chick tract part at the end. I like to think of Metallica lyrics as poems. That's it. It's a trap. They want to think you can't get copyright struck for a poem, but you're too smart. Exactly, see? So we got the bum 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 bum. Change my life, make it new. Help me live, Lord, to live for you. We're just going to speed this up. Change my life and make it new. Let's speed it up. Help me live, Lord, to live for you. Okay. Music, music. Bow, 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 bow. Jesus, you died upon a cross. Just rose again to save the lost. How come they didn't save all these people? This poor penguin, he's like traumatized forever. Forgive me now of all my sin. Come be my savior, Lord, and friends. Change my life, make it new. Isn't this the same thing we just read? Help me live, Lord, to live for you. Change my life, make it new. Help me to live, Lord, live for you. Okay. Well, I mean, again, it's for kids. You know, it's gotta be easy to remember. Change my life, make it new. Just you and I. Oh, traveling through history and stuff. What history? Wait a minute. Did I forget to teach my students this part of history? Apparently. History. Come on. Burning in my brain, I can feel the pain. There we go. Yeah, post all the lyrics you like. If I hadn't done it, Jesus wouldn't come back. Then again, if they weren't living the life God wanted for them, the commandments came only with Moses, so how are they supposed to know? Right. That's the thing. I mean, these angels show up from heaven. Oh, God is Jim Conrad. All right. Why didn't they just hire me? I can do all the voices. Chris, oh, his name is Quantum. Oh. That's why they call him Quantum. I thought it was an insult, like baby dick or something. You know what I mean? Joy Pepper. Okay. Is that always been her name? Gizmo. God. Superbook. Pierce. He looks like an Adam Thwaite, doesn't he? Skateboarder. Her name, she has a name, it's Xena. Oh wait, the other guy not only doesn't have a name, he doesn't have a voice. And he's got the worst outfit. I don't want to say it. This seems... the only black character in the whole thing has no name, no lines. We're not saying it. Okay? Noah's wife, Japheth, Marauder 1, Marauder 2, man and woman. Okay. That's it. We're not reading the lyrics. Oh, it's for kids, so there's no comments. That's too bad. That's too bad. So if we want to look at the Superbook original, those are good. Like the animation's better. Better is relative. How it all began. My brother's keeper. This is when Cain is killing Abel. We're gonna burn my son. Here comes the bride. Jacob and Esau. Remember, if you can't get a blessing, that means something. Samson. I really remember this episode. I don't know. I think it's like the one VHS we had. Mother's Day. Isn't this when Chris is sad because his mom's dead? Big Fish, Little Fish. The First King. the giant killer, super brain, the beauty queen, the story of Paul, the hostage, family reunion, a gift from heaven, that's baby Jesus, burning bush, no more plagues. So you want to go back to Egypt. Snakes and a donkey. That's a great title. Stuck in the mud. That's a promise. I want something violent. The bigger they come. Wait, we have 2 of them about Goliath. David the king, all in his glory. The wicked queen. Let's see what makes her wicked. Does she like want the right to vote or something? All right, so this is them. They have the dog. I forget if Chris has a brother. How long did Cain beat his brother? As long as he was able. Donkey snake. You should watch something good just to give my brain a break. That's true. Anything good though is immediately gotta flag the copyright stuff. So we can watch which starseeds are you? Let's do it. Let's be starseeds, guys. Alright, are you a starseed? What do we got? So we can do Lightworker versus Starseed. Oh, well, great. We're gonna learn the difference, you guys.
Let's talk about.
Let's do it. A topic, spark curiosity and conversation. The difference between Starseeds and Lightworkers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, early 80s anime style. Starseed like Carl Sagan, no. Nope. The Lightworkers, I don't know about as much about them. Those are more like people that can do magic, but it's good magic. Like Practical Magic, the movie. And then there's the Starseeds, which are alien souls, but this isn't Scientology. They're alien souls that get sent to Earth to live with other alien souls as some kind of test, but it's not Islam. That's all I got. That's it. I'm the starseed that knows carrots are toxic. Good. Don't eat your carrots. Alright, so you gotta play a crucial role on Earth. Let's speed it up. Which is called the 5D Ascension. Whoa, that sounds sexual. Sounds tantric. Alright. So what are lightworkers and starseeds? How do they differ? Lightworkers are beings who bring light, healing, and positive energy to our world. Let me guess, they always feel like tragic souls. They call themselves empaths. They're like spiritual helpers, beyond our ordinary reality, beyond what we call the third dimension. Look at this weird background. Wow. This is something. This is... How do you... Hey, ChatGPT, how do we give AI some kind of LSD? Because that's what's happening. So they guide us. Now, starseeds take this a step further. They're not from around here. They come from other planets and galaxies, or even different dimensions. Yes, you heard that right. They're essentially cosmic volunteers on Earth. They gotta help raise our collective consciousness, help us all ascend to this new higher state. So they're kind of like Jane Goodall, but getting involved. It's very psychedelic. Typifying people is always a mess. Oh, it's even better. Like some of the lights, the starseeds, they, you know, it's like you're tall, blonde, Nordic looking. It's bizarre. Let's see. All right. Now the best part I like are the comments. That's what I'm into here. All right. It's a shame that some people try to shut us down. I don't think that I'm extra special. However, I am aware of those who feel we are a threat because we see through those who are disingenuous and have been exposed just by our presence. I just try to make it bigger. All right. I know because it's happened to me many times, even in supposed spiritual people. I've been accused of black magic, being antisocial, etc. Send out love anyway and be prepared for those who try to shut you down. Remain, period, true to who you are regardless. Much gratitude, dear beautiful soul. We got 44 replies. Somebody Wow, somebody's username is great. Hold my rib cage. That's great. We are all special, and we're just the ones to guide them to realize they're special, and I love them till they love themselves. If you don't have haters, you're not doing it right. It's because we title it to explain what happens, not as if we're better or different. We can take away words and feel it in our souls and hearts. God always protects his chosen ones, no matter how hard the journey is. That's the other part that's interesting, is there's some of them are monotheist, some of them are specifically Christian. God and the gods and the goddesses and many other benevolent energetic beings are protecting us. But we are not the chosen. We choose. Thanks, healthy free soul. God, do not choose someone. We are all the same. This is what happens when you have a belief system that doesn't have anything written down. You know, at least, well, no, I was going to say, like, you still get the arguments with Christians, so never mind. Greetings for all the light workers and starseeds. Sun emoji, sparkle emoji. I love how you explain the starseed's isolation and a light worker being drained. I honestly love isolation and being in nature alone. I get so energetic and I can process or meditate much better. Really? Really? Being on your own and having time to think helps you meditate? Whoa. Obviously, alien being in human body. Obviously. Cafeteria Christians. They left it to use dimensions as a scale. Anything above 3 is super special. There's probably a chick track on it. I wish. I hope we can check. To all Arcturian starseeds, blue heart emoji, diamond emoji, blue heart emoji, all caps, I love you. I love you too. How did you get to know your Arcturian starseed or even a starseed? Since I was a child, I knew I'm not from here. Also, a deep connection with my galactic family, memories, etc. Girl, those are called dreams. Those are dreams. They didn't happen. We get a Sonic the Hedgehog profile picture, and I mentioned Sonic the Hedgehog earlier. Am I a prophet? This keeps happening on my live streams. As an Arcturian/Indigo starseed, it's hard in life. I have had many past lives and many lessons to teach as a teacher, but even a teacher needs to learn from another teacher. I'm also a light worker who heals, and I awaken others with or without even realizing it. High five emoji used as a prayer emoji. Same. I even give a piece of me to others, but I don't know how I'm doing it. It's called listening. Dank Dancer Chrissy 6969. It's called well, with that in the name, we figured it out. We figured it out. Team 144,000 lightworkers and starseeds. That's it. Sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses. It's us. Synchronicity on Sonic. Yeah, that must have to do with something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll add it to our cult's doctrine. Interesting content. I must admit, I've consistently felt driven to contribute to humanity's greatest pursuits, aspiring to wield influence, power, secrets to perfect health and security. Recognition has been a persistent desire, not stemming from pride or extravagance, but from a deep sense of identity and purpose. Internally, I yearn to delve into the depths of human understanding, seeking knowledge from reserve for the select few. My aspiration is to embrace the enlightenment that our predecessors fervently wished for us to attain. This is like a martini that's been shaken and dumped out of just words. You know, let's just add all the buzzwords from this new age nonsense and just let's see what happens. Did we get a Yahtzee? You know, scientifical words make the Kool-Aid taste better. Exactly. That's why you need to get the Kool-Aid. Also a symptom of being neurodivergent. Well, that's what they used to refer to the indigo children. There's some overlap with that and ASD diagnoses. I love technobabble. I've never told anyone this, but the way he looked at me that one time we were talking, I saw something special in his eyes. And I felt different in a good way. Okay. That's a weird secret to drop on us. But I was entertained. I'm going to put a like. No matter how hard your life is, remember, you are still loved by many. I hope everyone has a great day. Sure. I feel like I'm both a lightworker and a starseed. I strongly relate to both aspects. As a starseed, I'd like to declare, at least for my multi-star origins, that we are not chosen, we choose. Again, that's very Islam. Some of these get, like, insane. Like, insane. Starseed reporting for duty. It's gonna be amazing, y'all. Big love to you. Lightworkers, 144,000. Everyone is a starseed. Most are transmuters, none above other. Green heart emoji. Starseed from Orion, twin flame, lightworker, healer, transmuter, and I have 5 Claires? The heck's a Claire? What's a Claire? I like your power system. I have no idea what mine are. How does one find out? Stop playing. I know you know. What? That's a weird. Same here. I'm curious. How does one even finally confirm? I have no idea. I suspect they have to meet a spiritual guide. A Claire. We're all light workers, even the star seeds. I'm a light worker, light bulb emoji, star emoji, and I'm a star seed, shooting star emoji. Okay, I'm literally both, says gaming can be fun. Does he have a channel? Look at his face. This guy looks like he's from Reading as well. 150,000 subscribers. Okay, let's check it out. He's got an evil eye emoji. Uploads stuff for people. I enjoy stuff. Added effects. Recorded stream. Okay. Def Jam FFNY. All blazons, all characters, and most taunts. Okay. Kingdom Hearts. Okay. So he does just game. But also he's like a light worker. Interesting. I mean, a man can have hobbies, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. But why does he have to look like that? Why is he looking at us like that? What do we got? This is the most replayed. All right. So, okay. So, starseeds are driven by, they have to consciously incarnate on Earth, driven by a noble mission to assist humanity on hiring its consciousness and evolution towards the 5th dimension. Which is what? What's the 5th dimension? This calling, however, puts them in a unique set of challenges. Integrating into the fabric of earthly existence often feels like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. So any of you, if you've ever felt like you just don't fit in, you're an alien from another planet. I post positive stuff online, thus I'm a light worker. I want to feel special, so I'm a starseed. Living on Earth for a starseed can feel alienating. Well, that's fitting, because they're aliens. They observe the world around them with a sense of detachment, puzzled by human customs and societal norms that seem illogical or unnecessary. Yeah, that's just... This is how people get sucked into cults, you guys. That's how they get sucked into cults. Why those pictures reminds me of Magic the Gathering. Oh, right, because they started to use AI artists. Oh, no. The 5th Dimension is an American vocal group. Their music encompasses sunshine, pop soul, and psychedelic soul. They were an important crossover musical act of the 1960s and 1970s. Alien god Magic. Magic with a K. The K stands for a touch of racism. Usually the K means it's real magic, not stage magic. That's what I've come to understand. Surprised they haven't mentioned vibrations. Watch, it'll happen. Let's see. Can we see vibrations? We got birds for some reason. They're outsider, black sheep, struggling to mesh. What's going on here with this, like, vulture looking? I don't know. So they have a hard time. Just, yeah. I mean, how many of us have felt this, right? I feel this. You know, that doesn't mean that I'm from another planet. Feeling lonely, depression, anxiety. So if you have depression, anxiety, or any problems with addiction, you're a starseed. That's it. That's great, because there's a type of person this is appealing to. They're from Reading. Affinity for the arts, music, writing, painting. Conduit for their profound inner experiences. Quantum vibrations, that's true. Magic is stage, magic is real, exactly, with the K. Despite these challenges, their role is pivotal. So they're... So all the light workers are just here to kind of like help you out in general, but the Star Seed is here like with a very specific mission. Step 1, awaken your purpose. Step 2, self-discovery. You know, okay, great. The journey of a seed, collective journey, light worker possesses, I don't know. That's alright, magic with a K. Do a black salve deep dive. Those people are rubbing caustic paint. Oh, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Aren't they using it as a cancer treatment for like for what's it called? For, what's it called? Skin cancer, right? For melanoma. Yeah, it's pretty awful. I think I want to try this book real quick. Empress Teresa. Chapter 1. Wait. Psalm 8, 4-5. What is man that you are mindful of him, and a son of man that you care for him, yet you have made him little less than a god. British Prime Minister to Teresa Hartley. You can teach millions something more important. When the world falls apart around you, we look within ourselves and find ourselves. Show us what's within you. I'm Teresa, the younger daughter of Edward and Elizabeth Sullivan. And I hope it's not bragging to say I was cute as heck at age 10. Everybody in the family said so. I was the princess in the Sullivan clan of Framingham, Massachusetts, because besides being cute, I was a whiz in school and had a good disposition. All the relatives expected great things from me. Nobody could have dreamed of what I would do a few years later, and nobody would have believed it if they'd been told. Prime Minister Blair said I'd be remembered in 1,000,000 years. Did you catch that? Churchill, Hitler, and Lincoln will be footnotes in dusty history books 1,000 years from now. And nobody remembers Charles Martel, who saved Christianity in Europe by winning the Battle of Tours 1,300 years ago to set up the world as we know it today. But Prime Minister Blair said I'd be remembered for 1,000,000 years. Mr. Blair is not inclined to exaggerating. I was the last person you would expect to earn that accolade. I was a nobody from nowhere. When this story began, I was a little girl who didn't have much of a clue about anything. My job as a kid was to figure out what the heck was going on and what to do about it. It's not easy when you're young, and everything is brand new. My father once served a tour in the Navy. He said he said I had to learn to be the captain of my ship, but sometimes the seas would be rough. I had to learn all that I could about the world. I wondered why should I be worrying about it in the 4th grade. I'd soon find out. So for those of you guys that don't know, Empress Teresa, what I know of it is that the author had been working on this story for 20 years. And it's a weird self-insert where he's writing about himself, and he's in his 70s. And himself in this book, his self-insert in the book, is Teresa. She's a young girl. Not a young girl, a young, older teen? No. Older teen? 16, 17, something. And she's like super Catholic. I don't know. It's supposed to be very bad. This person needs better help. I served a tour in the Navy. Did you tell your daughter that she had to be the captain of her own ship when she was in 4th grade? Really, miss, you've endured Frank and Norman, but this is another level. It's like when the freezer appears for the first time, you need more training in the ground. The thing, I want to see who's a worse writer. This guy who's apparently written the worst book, or Frank and Hank. Okay? Frank, Norm, and Hank. Can we just form? Nank? Form. Form and Hank. We're lost in this confusing world unless we follow the directions of its maker, capital M. I did. It's the only thing that got me through. Everybody has pressures. There are 2 kinds. One is threats to your life and health. I had more than my share of that with 1,000 assassins waiting to get me. The other is kind is bearing responsibility for other people's lives and welfare. That's really tough if you care about them. I set new world records in that department. People were sure I'd crack under pressure, but I didn't. It'll take smarter heads than mine to figure out why not. I'll be telling my own story, which is a good thing because nobody knows it as well as me. The drawback is that there's some things I can't know because I wasn't there. For example, Prime Minister Blair and President Stinson mentioned that they talked to each other on the phone. They must have been talking with many other heads of state, and it would be interesting to get to know what he said. It's a sure bet that they discussed how to eliminate me if I got out of control, but I can't know any of that. It can be frustrating not knowing these things, but remember, you'll learn these things in the same sequence I did. Somebody else telling my story could only say what I did in the world. They couldn't get in my head like you will. You'll see what horrible worldwide mess I had to deal with. My story began quietly, with no hint of what was coming. I'm going to say this sounds equally narcissistic as some of the stuff we read from Frank and Norm. You know, those atheists and you know. I was at home with my 17-year-old sister Catherine, who was old enough to be my babysitter. She made it possible for Mom to go back to her part-time job without leaving me alone. Catherine hadn't been a whiz in school like me, and she was thinking of going to one of the many trade schools around Boston after high school. Mom and Dad said I should go to college. Oops, before I go on, I have to mention this odd incident happened 6 months before I was born. Mom was raking leaves in the backyard when she noticed a fox sitting on its haunches 10 feet away. It was staring at her. A metal rake is a good weapon against a creature as small as a fox, and Mom held her ground. After 5 minutes, the fox walked away. This strange event seemed unimportant. My parents forgot about it for 18 years. Okay, now I can begin my story. Our house was next to a pond close to the river, where all the neighborhood kids spent many happy hours looking for turtles and frogs. I was lounging on the deck, reading a book on the summer school list. Catherine was inside reading a magazine because she's, stupid. Taking a momentary break from the book, I noticed a red fox walking along the pond's edge. It disappeared behind the little patch of woods, which Dad let grow wild like most of the neighbors. This was very rare. Red foxes were never seen in broad daylight during the summer months. It didn't happen. Okay, so we got a fox that probably has rabies. Then something really amazing happened. It came out of the woods and walked towards me. This fox has rabies. I kept still and waited to see how close it came before noticing me. It was 60 feet away, 40, 20. By now, it was clear it was looking at me. I considered running into the house, but curiosity won out. Girl, you're gonna need your rabies shots. The fox reached the 4 steps of the deck. It came up the steps, stopped, sat on its haunches staring at me. It did not seem vicious, so girl, it's rabies. In an instant, faster than you can blink an eye, a softball-sized white ball emerged from the fox and went straight into my stomach. In an instant, faster than you could blink an eye, a softball-sized white ball emerged from the fox and went straight into my stomach. What? Is it a ball or is it a ball of light? It's a ball? So is it coming out of its mouth? Is it going like, what? And then it just goes into your stomach? What the hell? Fox, the other kin, yeah. 1,000 assassins, right? Obviously a delusion of grandeur. We can pretend, because she's Catholic, that this is like an apologist writing. I screamed and ran into the house. The fox ran away. I slid the glass deck door closed and locked it just in time to see the fox disappear in the woods. What did you scream for? Asked Catherine, who had walked into the kitchen. There was a fox out there. He won't hurt you, she said, and went back into the living room. I stood at the glass door for 5 minutes watching for anything else that might happen. At last, I thought it was all... What do you mean all over? You think a ball went into your stomach. Wouldn't you be feeling for it? What do you mean it's all over? I went into the living room to sit down and think. What was that white thing? I couldn't come up with any theory. Well, yeah, you got to come up with a hypothesis first, sweetie. It was nothing I'd ever seen on those television nature programs. Really? A fox coming up to you and shooting balls into your stomach? Is this some weird Zeus pregnancy thing? I hope not. I hope not. Perhaps it was a daydream from not eating enough. Mom warned me about that. At age 10, I was already conscious of my weight. laughed and tried to stay skinny. I should eat something. Oh, girl, up your intake. Yeah. I went into the kitchen to prepare an early lunch of fried eggs, a strip of bacon, toast, and milk. I gobbled all this down in a couple of minutes and soon felt better. It was too little eating after all. Nothing had really happened. Girl, if you are hallucinating, this is bad. This is bad. The fox Hadouken her. Stay away from me. Yeah, I'd have the same reaction too seeing this book. Exactly. So she goes to find something. She hears fire trucks. Like, I can't read this. My intuition told me this had something to do with the white thing that jumped at me. So now it's a thing. It's not a ball, it's a thing. The sirens were close, turning into the street. A tanker truck, small ladder truck, yellow fire engines, loudspeakers sent out vocal messages loud enough to rattle windows. Vocal message, what do they think? It's going to blast a song? It's a telepathic message? A conversation was going on between the firemen at the station. Wait. What do you have? 115 degrees here, a fireman shouted. It's... Why is this apostrophe backwards? It's 70 here. Yep, we have something. Wait, oh, okay, hang on. So, this was a bad idea. We're pushing to migraine territory. We already were pushing it sitting through Superbook, but we're pushing it. Okay. So the fire engines have loudspeakers, and the loudspeakers are blasting out messages from the firefighters' internal, like, closed circuit radio, where they're talking to each other. That's how she knows what's happening. So they're not saying, like, stay in your house. They're not saying evacuate. They're saying, what do you have? 150 degrees here. Yeah, it's 70 here. Yeah, we have something. Okay. Do firefighters just detect changes in temperature and then they're dispatched? I mean, 115 degrees, that's not a fire. Why would firefighters show up? Because a spot is a little heat. Why wouldn't it be like the CIA, the NSA, the what are they? The Men in Black. Why isn't it any of them? You know, the cigarette smoking man. Why is it firefighters making so much noise? Because there's a 40-degree difference, a 45-degree difference. A crowd of neighbors was gathering near the confused firemen. I walked over to join the onlookers. What's going on? I asked one of my girlfriends. They're looking for a fire. Look, I don't know the temperature of fire. I don't think it's 115 degrees. Like, that's not even enough to boil water. What are we doing? Where could the same fire department get 115 and 70 at the same time? I don't know. I feel like this is... It's like a weird episode of Ghost Hunters. You know, one of them is like, oh, we got something here. What about you? No, it's just like regular, you know. Right. If it's Celsius, right. I don't think it is. I don't think it's Celsius. Because it's 70. Where it's like regular, you know, nice day, 70 degrees. So, the girl's father said the temperature jumped up in a few minutes. Somebody's called the fire department. So somebody stood in an area and they felt the temperature get hot. The sun is in the sky. The temperature, it's the summer. The temperature goes up and they thought fire department. I would just think it's summer, right? I would just think, holy crap, it's really hot. I'm going back inside. Damn. I wouldn't think fire department. Why would you call the fire department? Orange flames are 1100 to 1200 C. 451, yeah, because it's Fahrenheit 451, right? Hose down the sun and you'll be fine. It was hot. That was, I think, hot, like, the heat-wise. It was nice a little while ago. I thought it was over. I thought it over. A fox appears in daylight, which never happens, except for that one time I told you. It comes up practically to my feet. A white thing jumps into me. And the firemen look for a fire that doesn't exist. All this happened within an hour. There had to be a connection. Girl, you are sleeping, or you need to eat more. This is hypoglycemia. Before the fire chief arrived in his yellow sedan. Is that what they drive? Oh, before long. Okay, he drives this yellow sedan. He asked the lead fireman if anything had been found. Then they walked over to somebody's property to look at the pond. Nothing there. Why are you looking at the pond for fire? Hey, did you guys check the body of water to see if that's on fire? No, Chief, we haven't checked that. Idiots. Let me go check that first. Alright, there's no fire in this body of water. What could it be? I don't know. Could it be the fox? Could it be Firefox? This is so stupid. It's Firefox, you too, Jay. But Pence, we made the same joke. I love it. Browse the net with your brain. I was thinking that temp too, exactly. Maybe it's like fire starter. This would be way better. Okay, maybe. Okay, this gives me hope. Could it be a ground fire? The fireman asked the chief. And what's the chief gonna say? Like, do you see a ground fire? Idiot. That's even dumber than me checking the pond. Not likely with water over there. Unless there's a rock ledge underneath. We have to check it out. How do we have a body of water that has no bedrock or anything? Wouldn't it just seep down? Look, we've just watched how the flood works. We know. Thermistor probes were brought from the station, and the firemen spent the rest of the morning pushing the probes a few inches into the ground to check the temperature. They did this on everyone's lawn. The air... If it's underground, isn't that magma? What are they going to do with the magma? Are they going to put out the magma? Is it heat in the dirt, or is it heat from the sky? What? They went into people's backyards. They found nothing. Around 1 o'clock, the temperature in our neighborhood had dropped back down to 80 degrees. The firemen gave up and left. I was young and inexperienced, but I wasn't a dumbbell. Does anybody use a dumbbell? Yeah, I think you're a person. You're not a dumbbell. If people found out what happened today, they'd pester me about it forever. My cousin Mary was diagnosed as schizophrenic, and the whole Sullivan clan was biting their nails, waiting for the gene to show up in some other family member. This... yeah. Uh-oh. It wasn't gonna be me. I resolved to never tell anybody. Not even my parents would know. They think I was ill like Cousin Mary. I didn't need it. Well, if... maybe you need medication. That's helpful for people that have schizophrenia. A coal mine could be on fire. Oh, that's true. That's true. Just the coal mine in the open air. That open rock ledge. That makes just as much sense as anything. 2 days later, I woke up early, went into the living room. Mom was looking out the window. What's going on? Some men parked down next to the turnaround. They've been there all night. So Mom's just been staring at these dudes. These dudes have been staring at her. I looked, and sure enough, a van, a four-door sedan, really like sedans, were parked in a turnaround where they could see every house on the street. Mrs. Gagnon. Is that a name? Now that sounds like a Magic the Gathering character, right? It's like a creature. I would say it's a goblin. It's a red deck. Said a police car stopped to talk to them at 2 a.m., said Mom. They showed IDs, and a little later, the police left. What was Mrs. Gagnon doing out at 2 a.m.? Was she drunk driving? Why? So, wait. So this is early in the morning. We're going to assume 5, 6 a.m., right? The sun is out. It's summer. 5 or 6 a.m. Mom's been watching this thing all night. When did Mrs. Gagnon call Mom and say, hey, you wouldn't believe it. These two cops asked me for ID. I showed my ID. They showed their ID because it's vague. And then they left. when would she say this? Is she calling like, hey, so some cops showed up. I'm just letting you know. And the mom's like, ma'am, it's 3 a.m. Like, Dad woke up and heard the same story. From where? As Mom and Dad got ready for work, another police car came around the street but left without stopping. Other people left for work. Okay, so it's like 5 a.m. Why is Mrs. Gagnon calling the mother at 2 a.m. because the police stopped her on her way home, walking in the middle of the night? Turn around because the author doesn't know cul-de-sac, yeah. Or maybe that's too sexual sounding. These are Catholics. The morning wore on, the mail truck came by 10 and walked out to get the mail. Catherine was in her room. Got back in the house. The car and van drove away. They had spotted me. How did they know about me? Oh, girl, this is schizophrenia. Oh, no. Oh, no. I sat on the sofa thinking for a while. I felt like I was being watched. Or was somebody listening? Oh, no. Girl, this is paranoia. I spotted the phone. Was somebody listening on the phone? I dialed 0 for the operator. Operator, may I help you? Can I have the number for Alice Pizza in Farmingham? One moment, please. 10 seconds later, another woman said, Alice Pizza, 555-8402. Thanks. I hung up, so they weren't listening. What? How? What? How? So, she calls for a number, she receives the number, and she decided her phone's not bugged. What does she think was going to happen? That they're going to hear a third voice. Oh, she's calling Alice Pizza. Like, these guys are so bad at their stakeout, they're going to, like, talk to her through the phone. Never trust a 555 number, right? Having known many people struggle with this illness, hiding it never did them any service. I could see wanting to keep it secret depending on where and when you're living, though. Yeah, absolutely. But we're supposed to believe she's this super smart, amazing person with an amazing family. Weekend, Mom, Boston, parking garage, car come right behind us, park close to our car, walk to the surface, Barnes & Noble. Saw the different man watching me. I'm going upstairs, Mom. Escalator. The same man. He was spying on me. We went to McDee's. Another guy. He stopped in a corner. When we got back home, Mom took things into the bedroom. I dialed the operator again. And then she dials the operator. Alice Pizza in Framingham. One moment, please. I waited. And waited. And waited. A full minute passed by and she hadn't come up with the number yet. I hung up the phone. Now they knew I knew. Wow. Wow. Does the author think this is how bugging somebody's phone works? That you can get one line from the person and then that's it. No, 2 lines. Operator, may I help you? Can you give me the number? One moment, please. And then what, they cut them off? What? You missed Borders? Yeah, Borders had its own... It was nice. Now they knew I knew. Right. It's a very long book. You can read it as you're doing now, skipping every other line, and it will make the same sense, meaning not... Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I don't want to read the whole thing right now, obviously. Maybe we can get through it throughout the summer. Not sure, but... When I was young, I had some feeble idea of what all this meant. My life wasn't going to be like other kids. I had to think like somebody important, somebody with responsibilities. I was something special. Maybe I was dangerous, or that's what the government was thinking. Someday they would just come around and talk to me. I wasn't stupid enough to think they would just watch me for the rest of my life. 2 days later, strip mall, DVD, movie rental store. Just look for the classic movie, 2001: A Space Odyssey. They showed it on TV months earlier. Played and replayed all the parts of the movie where the astronauts talked to Hal. The most chilling scene was when the astronaut Dave Bowman left the spaceship in a pod, retrieved the body of the dead astronaut partner. astronaut partner. When he flew back to the ship, he said one of Hollywood's most famous lines, "Open the pod bay doors, Hal." But the spaceship computer, Hal wouldn't open the door. It was a creepy scene. That's it? That's all he write? Wait, so... why did he include this? This is like... so we're supposed to be figuring out this kid has some kind of weird powers and somebody's watching her. And we get this unnecessary addition. This does seem like something Frank and Norm would write. You know? The part where we're trying to learn about Jesus, and then they have this, like, this guy who was the great-great-great-great-great-grandson of George Washington. He was on TV, and he said this stuff. It's just, it seems like filler, but for what? You know, this isn't... why? Did you have a page minimum? Did you have a word minimum? Clearly past the 60s, since 2001 was like in 1968. Yeah, but we also have DVDs. You don't call 0, you dial 411 at that time. So that's a bit weird. Alright, the summer days are by. Mom did grocery shopping. I usually went with her. Catherine went with her friends. Mom was talking to the meat counter. I was at breakfast aisle. Hi, Teresa. Some woman I didn't know was standing next to me. She looked to be in her early 20s and had a friendly smile. So let's do friendly smile. Great. Hi, I said with a young kid's taciturnity. Do you have a cell phone? Yeah. Call me when you're alone. She handed me a piece of paper with a phone number. That's sex trafficking. That's, yeah, don't call that number. The woman knew that I knew about my watchers. I had often stared at them, so this woman also knew I had to think she was one of them, and I had to be curious enough to talk to her. You need medication. Like, this is bad. I like that we got that note thrown in there, you know, from the author. Yeah, the DVD, right, it was impossible to get a live operator. Yeah, she's getting kidnapped. You screen cap this month, thank you, test. So she goes back, she calls, wait, my curiosity about the Watchers overcame my wish to keep Hal secret. Does she realize that she's not in the movie? I wanted to know how they knew about me. The woman answered, her spies must have told her I was home? No, she had, what do you mean I was home? You have a cell phone. I mean, I was home. She gave you a phone number to call. I mean, you were... what? What? Had... so you called the woman's phone number and she answers her own phone. Her spies must have told her I was home. But you have a cell phone. You could have just... am I having a stroke, or is the author having a stroke? Hi, said the cheerful woman. I'm Jan Struthers from the United States government. Are you alone? Yeah? Are you? You know I'm not. There are 20 people with me in this room. Can we talk? My childhood was over. All I wanted was an ordinary life, like everybody else. Looks like I wouldn't get it. About what? About your little secret. We know it. I thought about that. Everybody had secrets. Talking to this woman wouldn't be admitting mine. Something happened to you to make those fire trucks come to the neighborhood. You were giving off a lot of heat. We know because we saw all around you. What with like thermal cameras? It is ghost hunters. What happened before the fire trucks came? I don't have to tell you anything, do I? Jan Struthers maintained her friendly attitude. This doesn't sound friendly. No, you don't. But it will make things a lot easier if you tell us something. We're not going away. We'll be spying on you from now on. We have to. Whatever happened is very important. Doesn't, like, none of this, right? I mean, I know I'm obviously making her sound nuts, right, with the voice, but none of this sounds friendly. What's a friendly way to say that? No, you don't. But it will make things a lot easier if you tell us something. We are not going away. We will be spying on you from now on. We have to. Whatever happened is very important. I mean, that just sounds like a threat. That's not a friendly attitude. Has the author met other people? You don't know anything that happened? Oh, we know a lot. Something from outer space came to Earth 7 years ago. We've been looking for it ever since. That heat you were giving off has to have something to do with it. From that thing from outer space. Maybe she's got a fever. I considered that. Jan Struthers gave me a moment and then brought out a point. There is nothing natural to Earth that could have caused that heat. Really? Really? Like hot water couldn't have caused that heat? The thing from space did it. We watched you rent that movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. You are aware of that thing. What happened before the fire trucks came? The reason I'm laughing is it sounds like there were 3 sentences randomly chosen and they were put together into this dialogue. It's a firefox. We figured it out. Throwing taciturnity makes me giggle considering the writing, I know. Yeah, paranoid schizophrenia has the delusions. Mind reading might be right around the corner. Yeah, this is it. Also, the U.S. government is not how anyone introduces themselves. That's what makes me think it's the Men in Black. It's the aliens that work secretly with the government but don't really know how to fit in with people perfectly, so they just say, we are government. I haven't tuned in for a long while. What are we reading here? This is supposed to be the worst book ever, and we're checking it out to see how does it compare with the Frank, Norm, Hank books that I've been reading. And I will say it's less coherent, but not by much. It is much less insulting to atheists, but we still get talk of God. So that's interesting. This guy's prose sucks. Like, the plot sucks, but the dialogue and action also suck. The Men in Black, exactly. They're these humanoid aliens. That's the belief. So we are government. There was no denying something happened. They already knew. All right, I saw a fox walking near the water. It came up close to me, and a white thing jumped out of it, and that's all. Where did the white thing go? In me. How big was this white thing? Like a softball. Did it come from the fox? Yep. Came right out. Which part of the fox? The stomach. How did it jump out at you? It moved in my stomach. I wasn't very enthusiastic about telling the story. Jan Struthers had to force it out of me one tiny piece at a time. How long did it take? Like that. I snapped my fingers on the phone. Did you feel anything? Nope. Did the white ball look solid like a steel ball? Nope. Fuzzy like cotton. What happened then? I ran in the house, waited, ate breakfast. I thought I was going crazy. The ball, fire trucks, half an hour. Did the white thing change you? No. Does it make sounds or talk to you? No. Have you seen it again? No. How have you been eating lately? Like I always do. This was the most important interview since Moses came down the mountain. It's so bad. But is it worse than the Frank book? I don't think so. I don't think so. They talk about their own topic as if it's of the most, the utmost importance. The Nordics walk white, blonde guys in suits type of alien. Right, those starseeds. Yeah, exposition dump in the worst possible way. Would you be willing to come in to talk to some smart people and figure out what this thing is? I didn't do anything. All right. She dropped that line immediately. You rented 2001: A Space Odyssey. What did it show you? What is it? What? Look, I like the X-Files. I do not bring it up nearly as much as this. What the hell? Not a tablet in sight. What is going on? It showed me don't talk to this thing. It's like talking to the devil. What? Huh? So the movie is talking to you and teaching you about the white cotton ball from the fox alien? Do you have a name for it? Hal. Like the computer. The monolith was the alien, not the computer. Well, the monolith didn't talk. Does Hal talk? No. It's a good idea to try not to talk to it. Don't stir it up. Well, what is Hal? We don't know. We saw it 7 years ago, but I haven't heard about it since. You're the only one who's seen it. Does it come from space? Probably, but it may not be bad. This thing may never do anything. Okay, I think that covers anything. I have to emphasize how important it is to not tell anybody. Don't give a hint. Wait. Oh, it's the same person talking. Okay. It's just they put it in a separate paragraph. Don't give a hint to anybody. If you want to talk to somebody, they will too, and you will never be able to live the life you want. No college, no job, no marriage, no friends. You have to stay at home all the time. This is the last thing we want. A lot of people are trying to keep this secret. What if one of my watchers talks? Most of our people don't even know why they're watching you. Only the people at the top know. I'm one of the few people who knows that you give off heat without knowing that nobody can prove that you have anything to do with Hal. That's the biggest secret. Without knowing about the heat, they can't spot you or suspect anything. So is she just producing more heat? Just all the time? Somebody's going to know. Her mom is going to take her to the hospital, right? I don't like this story at all, Dave. Yeah, but Clint Eastwood isn't available. You could control Firefox by thinking in Russian. Jeez, they should have sent a poet. Oh, it's bad. Don't those 20 people know about... Why are they 20? How does she know there's 20 people? Oh, the other people. Very good, Teresa. I'm impressed. These people are the top-ranking officials from Defense Intelligence Agency. Your watchers are people hired from outside. They know nothing. So what do they, like, hire private investigators for the government? For, what is this, nuclear top secret? Can I tell my parents? Well, that's up to you, but remember, if you can't keep it a secret, why should your parents? Your mother will want to share it with Aunt Jessica, and then Aunt Jessica will want to share it with Uncle John, and before you know it, 10,000 reporters will be parked in front of your house for the rest of your life. But no, they won't, because they'll say, oh, you got the gene. Yeah, sweetie, we got to take you to get checked. They're not going to tell the news. Like, imagine that. Your niece tells her mother, your sister, hey, Mom, this thing happened. And the mom, now very concerned, calls up her sister and says, Jessica, I heard some really disturbing news from Teresa. Jessica says, what is it? The mom says, yeah, so she thinks a fox came to her and sent out a fuzzy piece of cotton from its stomach into her stomach. That when we rented the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, it was speaking to her. She's actually started calling this thing that she thinks is inside her body. She calls it Hal. And she thinks the government is watching her from its own, I don't know, internal defense system, and also some private investigators that are following her everywhere. And then Jessica will cut her off and she'll say, oh, honey, oh no, this is how we found out about our own daughter. She was saying all this stuff too. Yeah, let me give you the number to her psychiatrist. And the mom starts crying and Jessica says it'll be okay. Do you know what I mean? That's how it's gonna go. That's a better line of story that anything we've been given, right? Anything. So 10,000 reporters will show up, not if Hal never does anything. All the more so, it's anticipating something that hasn't happened yet that interests people. And the author wants us to not think she has schizophrenia. Like, he thinks that this writing is realistic. He thinks that that 10,000 reporters, like CNN, all these other places, they're going to send people to watch a girl who made a claim about a fox ball from space, and it doesn't do anything. And that's the more exciting part, that it hasn't done anything, and it's going to make them watch her even more. The author wants us to think this is a realistic thing to say, because we're not supposed to think she's schizophrenic. Is that the twist at the end? Is she schizophrenic? True Light by Lark Voorhees, probably the worst book I know. Lark Voorhees is an American actress who played Lisa Turtle on the NBC sitcom Saved by the Bell. Interesting. I know it was already said, but this is Delusions of Grandeur. I enjoy a conspiracy sci-fi thriller, but they're usually written better and include something that would set you apart from someone just suffering a break from reality. Yeah. I want to get to the second chapter. This is a long... I didn't expect this chapter to be this long. Parents, how can I give off heat without burning up? I mean, you're not that hot, right? Teresa, we think Hal's doing a lot of things around you, but not inside you. It's like you're in a party. A lot of people are dancing around you, but they're not making you dance. That sounded reasonable. Okay. Leave you alone. Thanks for talking with me. Call if you have any questions. She hung up. I'll bet the 20 people cheered for her doing a good job. That is very Frank and Norm, isn't it? That's very Frank and Norm. Okay. At least we're in the ballpark. The soft ballpark. This reads like the author writing a story about someone that is mentally unwell. I think so. But this is supposed to be this amazing thing. I think that she needs the same treatment Sylvia Plath held. Ms. Lemon Mean Girls era. You're not that hot. You could skip to any part and it would be about the same. Let's do it. Let's go to 66 since we don't have 666. Father Donati? Father Donut opened his briefcase and took out 3 playground horseshoes which had been bent into twisted shapes. Certain statements have been made in this hearing about how Teresa got off the plane. Do you think they could bend any of these, Senator? I doubt it. Father Donut stacked the 3 horseshoes together. Despite their twists, they fit precisely on top of each other. When Teresa was 10 years old, I watched her bend all 3 at once. She did even more amazing feats of strength than the Cardinal Rook and myself. She could hold a heavy book in one hand and squeeze until her fingertips pierced the book cover to cover. There seemed to be no limit to her strength. She was in a baseball picture in high school. She could have been an NFL quarterback or scored a touchdown in every play. What? What are you implying? That she had enough strength to push out the canopy with Howell's power? But her own initiative, yes. The room was silent. Father Donut enjoyed watching the bug-eyed expressions on the committee's faces. I'll bet no one was more surprised than Steve. All that time, I seemed to have the delicacy of a petite female. I could have broken his back with a single blow. The priest had an afterthought. When she was abducted, she must have known she could fight her way out. She could have killed everybody around her. She went to her death without a fight. She's a martyr. I think God's purpose in choosing her was to show Hal that there were good people who are worth saving. So, the fox is God, and God picked up Hal and put it into Teresa so she could use the power for good to show the aliens that there are good people on Earth. That makes about as much sense as chapter 14 in that book. Well, obviously all the parts of the Old Testament are true because the New Testament's true, and all the parts of the New Testament are true because we can believe the miracles because the not miracles are true. And so even the stuff that doesn't really make sense, we just kind of have to accept it because we don't have all the information, and you can't say that that's special pleading because it's not. So I think this is probably as reasonable, slightly more reasonable than chapter 14 of that Frank and Norm book. That's what I'm saying. All priests are Irish. Exactly. I mean, he's Irish now because he's Father Donati. He's Father Donut. Okay. Look, I'm adding my own backstory because this is not good enough. This trash is not good. It's like when I had to add that That character that keeps getting drawn in the chick tracks to show God's way to the evil people in the chick tracks, that's the one that got away for Jack Chick, and that Jack Chick is like secretly bisexual. I had to just add that to make it more interesting because the chick track itself was trash, okay? We got martyrs. How can she explain this super strength, Father? She couldn't. It's much a mystery to her as it is to us. But what else could she do? She could throw things with perfect accuracy. She threw coins into the glass 20 feet away and never missed. Anything else? That's it. Well, did she communicate with Hal? I like how we're just using Hal. Like, he couldn't even come up with his own name for this main... I would say this is a part of a main character. Or supplemental character, at least, right? And the author couldn't even come up with his own name for it. Wow. Why does Lark use so many I don't know. We need a walk-in voice person. All right, we'll get one eventually. She always denied there was any communication, but clearly they were aware of each other. Clearly, yes. Well, Father, this is to be the strangest story I've ever heard. I mean, have we all lost our minds? I hope not, he grinned. The BBC talked about the next development in this weird week. A small freighter carrying grain from country name in South America to the entire continent of Africa was 900 miles out to sea. The captain and his first mate were looking at the water. The wind had been noted to die out during the night. Now there was a dead calm, so they hit the doldrums. The water was motionless. A bridge video cam had recorded these two men's brief exchange. In words that were much discussed, the first mate said, "You ever see something calm like this? Not this time of year." The small streamer was crossing this area where I'd fallen from the fighter jet. Word got out quickly, so she fell out of a fighter jet. Ouch. Commercial airplanes passing over the area were asked to note the location and extent of the calm sea. So now it's like the Bermuda Triangle. It appeared that the calm area was spreading out 18 miles an hour on the edge, broadening the width, so it would lock up the entire Earth's weather pattern and stop the wind everywhere. Without wind, there was no way for the water vapor from the oceans to get to land fast enough to provide rain needed to grow anything. World famine would follow. There was no way to prevent it. The BBC said Prime Minister Peter Blair had sent ships to the South Atlantic to look for me. It's the most ridiculous naval mission of all time. Blair's folly. Blair's search for the Holy Grail. Anybody who had been to the sea knew the impossibility of finding a body in that vast nothingness, even if it was floating at the surface. We got a new president? Okay, that's great. Secretary of Defense, two-man rule. Did I have any responsibility for this mess, for not telling people about Hal when I was 10? You decide. Chapter 6. After we went to 66, page 666. That's a sign. Even the devil couldn't have written this trash. Look at why is it starting here? Why doesn't it start on the next page? Why does it start here? What? Jack Black. Shallow Hal, there it is. Borrowing the name Hal would be fine if there was a reason given beyond. It's a space movie and the orb was from space. That's, you know what, Shane? You made the connection. I couldn't. I was just wondering why. I can pee with 100% accuracy. I know, nice page break. Couldn't you just calculate the origin of the wave calm center and the calm weather and check there? That would require intelligence, and clearly we have no sign of intelligent life. Let's see if we just jump through. Look, chapter 7. Interesting. Poor Blair. Dealing with me must be like dealing with a space alien. She laughed. Yeah, well, poor me. I had to deal with the real alien who was destroying the world, and everybody expected me to save them. The situation was becoming maddeningly complex. That's just the author saying, I'm losing track of what I'm talking about. Hal helped me in several ways, and then stopped the wind, which any child could see could only hurt me. He was doing something all the time, but never spoke. Sherlock Holmes said everything becomes simple in the explanation. Well, good luck with this one, Sherlock. I was expected to come up with the answers. But judging from what Jan said, the U.S. government with all its experts didn't have a clue what's going on. I hung around for a few minutes and went downstairs. When I got out of the elevator, some government men pointed the way to the meeting room. All of humanity had been sweating blood all day, waiting to hear what I had to say. Jesus wept. The earth stood still. Baseball games in America had been postponed. Not sports, just baseball. Tennis, fill your boots. But baseball games. Highways were deserted. Plane flights were canceled for lack of passengers. Every person who could, by any means, stay home watching the television did. This was the critical meeting. If nothing came out of it, we are all lost. Okay. Okay. At least with the Frank and Norm book, we're annoyed because we know there's a purpose up for the book, right? And that purpose goes against, you know, like the purpose of my channel, for example, and the purpose that many of us share, which is to get people to appreciate and understand the real world around us and not rely on faith, right? And I think that's what kept that book readable. It frustrates you because it has a real world impact. I think this book is as bad, but it's less readable because you just don't care. You know what I mean? I would say this book is as bad. I don't think it's worse necessarily than the Frank and Norm book or the Hank book so far. It comes across with this air of arrogance from the author that they're doing such a good job when they suck, clearly. And we could just immediately point out all the problems with what they're writing. So it comes across that way. We get a lot of stuff that doesn't really make sense. Even the thing with Hal, where the author couldn't come up with his own name for this side character, that's very comparable to what's going on with Frank and Norm and with Hank's book, where they can't even make up their own anecdotes. They have to take them from other speakers like Dr. James Dobson or whoever. I think it's very similar writing. It's just nobody cares about the outcome of this one. Yeah. The chick tracks are more engaging. Right. At least we get pictures. Which book is this again? Sorry, I missed the title. Don't be sorry. It's trash. So Max, it's considered to be like the worst book ever. It popped back into my YouTube feed for some reason a couple days ago, and I thought I would love to just try to find this and read part of it on my live stream for today. So that's what we're doing. Naomi Novik Spinning Silver has a confusing way of transitioning chapters, but this was done by someone who could pull it off using different voices for her characters. This is just random words. I'm trying, Lori. I'm trying with the different voices. I just can't. The problem with the Terman book is that it's mean, ego-driven, ignorant drivel. This one's just dementia, no malice involved. Right, right. If something is readable and terrible and has a negative cultural impact, like the Silver Elite spits. Puh. Can we go to the end? Back is broken. I just want to know how it ends, if it's worth reading. The end. Disclaimer, it's doubtful that any American president would try what President Martin attempted, or that men could be found to support him. The event in Chapter 4 was included to set up interesting what-if situations that would otherwise not be possible to consider in a story. Final notes, in Chapter 1, Teresa named the entity Hal after viewing the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, but there is no similarity between the two Hals. Sorry, Shane. You tried to make more sense of it than the author did. One of Prime Minister Blair's comments in Chapter 8, quote, "In dealing with truth we are immortal, and we need fear no change nor accident," end quote, is from Walden Pond by Henry David Thoreau. See chapter reading. In Chapter 7, Teresa makes a one-sentence reference to the Hunger Games. This was a recent change. Empress Teresa was written long before I heard about the Hunger Games. There are no similarities in the content of the two stories, but if readers find any similarities in style or atmosphere, let me assure them it's a coincidence. Trust me, bro. Yeah, interesting is an overestimation. Yeah. So Steve and I walked out with the crowd that looked like 10-year-old children. The crowd roared with delight. The line of 10-year-olds was endless. There's 100 of them in sight, still coming out. 200 children were visible. They wore multicolored armbands on their left arms. Red, green, blue, purple, black, blah, 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 blah. The boys looked like Steve and the girls looked like me. Gross. And they all had my nearly black, very brown, dark hair. Just, look, just say basically black. I don't need to say, well, there's this part that's like red. 20 years in the making, yeah. 300 children were outside. Millions of mothers throughout the world squealed in excitement or cried happily at my experience. The imperial couple was getting close to the Capitol steps. The last of the children left the door. There were 420 of them. That's an odd number to use. Most of them twins and triplets. We walked up the steps to the hastily assembled temporary wooden platform. President Stinson stood at the microphone, and we walked to another 10 feet away. Steve went up to the microphone first and stood with his hands on his hips, standing proudly erect, like he'd done it all. It was very funny. Men cheered him on. What men? There's just children. When the noise downed down. 20 years, guys. When the noise downed down, Steve loosened up and said the words he'd been waiting hundreds of years to speak. You should see our bathroom. The crowd roared again. This sounds like something Norm would write. Steve finally smiled and waited for them to quiet down. We figured out the physics of the howls. Teresa's howl has absorbed all the other howls and will absorb any other howl that comes in from space. When Teresa dies, Hal will merge with the earth and never do anything again. He stepped to the side, and I advanced to the microphone. Don't be fooled by our children's appearance. They're older than Methuselah, and they all have the equivalent of 100 college degrees. They know what works. We enter new eras, but the old laws still rule. Now that we're back, we will age like everybody else. Steve and I don't want to outlive our children. We will age too. We've been saying goodbye to them for years. Not goodbye, goodbye to them for years. With all the things they'll be doing there won't be enough time for quality time in the little time remaining to us. Time to time. We'll give our children the world. Take care of them. Farewell. We give our children to the world, take good care of them, farewell, and be kind to each other. The people moved in to meet the children. Steve and I were smiling. Our work was done. I'm actually really surprised how similar this is to the starseed thing we just checked out. I think my psychic powers are growing, you guys. You've chosen a good cult leader. I think so. How did the noise down? It has to happen after it upped up. Okay, so that is now going to be, because every cult needs cult speak, right? So drink the lemonade. That's what we can say instead of hallelujah. That's also going to be part of our cult speak, is down and up. Okay, 420 super smart kids are here to help us usher in the new golden age. He published this without getting a vibe check from a friend. Oh, Nick, you think he has friends? Reminds me of the Little Dreamers. If he said all of my friends read this and thought it was awesome, that would be the most unbelievable part of the book. Okay. Well, I feel satisfied with this, I think. So what is... This seems way less stupid. Right? It's way less. Alright, we gotta figure out which type of light workers we are. Hey, you clicked on this video because you resonate with the word light worker. And yes, you are a light worker. Guys, we're light workers. That's great. Do you know why? Because vitamin C can brighten There you go. We were special, and the special specialed all the special things. For time will tell about the time that we had a time with our quality time. That's it. This haircut was a choice. Speaking of choices, this haircut was a choice. I don't know. I like bold stuff. I don't know if it works. I guess if it could work, she's got the face shape for it. You know, a little demi more like shape of the face, not the features, but the shape. I've got pegged by that haircut. Square pegged in a round hole, then you are a starseed. She looks like a Mohican. This reminds me of the worst song ever on YouTube, Sarah Brand, Red Dress. Somehow every note sounds out of tune with each other. We will come right back to this. Sarah Brand, Red Dress. Just so we could hear this. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, already. I'm loving it. I feel like this is gonna be the theme song for Empress Teresa. Oh wait, sorry. It's at 1.5 speed. That's why it sounds bad. No! Who told her she's gone? Who lied to her? Oh my god. This is all Testicle's fault. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Even God can't save us. We need Empress Teresa to save us and her 420 triplet children. E-sharp half diminished. 2.6 million views. 3 years ago. Oh no, directed, produced, choreographed. Choreographed? There's dancing? Director of photography. Production assistants. Were these outsourced? Like look at these names. These look like communist anti-American names. Do you know what I mean? Do you think they did this to her on purpose? To like hurt America? And then they show like, look at 2.6 million views. This is what the foolish Americans think is good entertainment at their church. I think this was a communist psyop. That's it. That's it. Northgate Church. Yeah, like Heaven's Gate. See? It's all connected. Sylvester can sing better than that. Is this one of those give us $5 million and we'll make your daughter a singer services? No, because it looks like she did it herself and hired people. Makeup. Oh, sweetie, where? Where's the makeup? Alright, it's not bad. It's just, it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. That's the thing, I didn't notice it, so it's very good, you know, for what it is. And we can't be dramatic like me, I get that. Could be worse, it could be directed, produced, starring Kevin Sorbo. Disappointment! Reminds me of the Friday song. Yeah, but that kid was like a kid. This is a whole adult who should have known better. Bless her heart. Mm-hmm. This feels like nepotism somehow. Alright, guys. Calm down. Why is the priest so young? What is he? What's this? This isn't a cassock. What is it? He's got a cape? He's got a half cape? Is he wearing a bolo? Oh, honey, those are not in fashion right now. Not with this outfit. Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, she's like... I love it. So they were like, we were lied to. We were told this was a black church. We wanted good music. And this is what we get. Look at her. She thinks that she's going to make it big. She's given her that somebody should have hit you harder. That's it. Broke the fourth wall. No, she's judging. She's not judging us. She's judging her. Her white friend is like, this is the worst thing. I am so sorry. I thought, oh my God. And like her brother's in the back. So their brothers are sitting behind them. I've decided. So here's the white girl's brother over here. And then the black girl's brother behind here. And they're talking like, is this serious? And the white girl's like, I am so sorry I brought you here. I look, at least we're going to get paid our $50 and we could just go. And she's like, I put on a pretty nice dress for this. And this is what you brought me. This was the volunteering that you brought me to. And the girl's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But she can't stop laughing because it's still so bad. She's us. What's up with the dude behind her? He's just like, is she they're gonna auto-tune this after, like in post, right? That's what he's thinking back here. They're gonna auto-tune this in post. The white brother, he just can't. If he makes eye contact with the woman, he's gonna just burst out laughing. You know, he looks like the type of guy. Who does he look like? Who's that actor? You know, in Reservoir Dogs, and they turn on the music. Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. It's the guy who's like dancing and he keeps cutting the cop. Who's that guy? He looks like a younger version of him, right? That's the guy with the full cheeks. Everybody has a brother or cousin like this who, when he starts laughing, he can't stop. He's got to get the giggles. And he'll look slightly like a gopher when he does that. With Gopher Wood. It's come full circle. Yeah, they'll fix it in post. This is the auto-tune version. Please. Who's getting fired? Can you believe I'm getting paid to be here, right? A quote from American Idol. Somebody must be lying to you. I'm confused. Who is this? So Max, Test recommended to us that we listen to the worst song produced since we read the worst book produced. And we're making this more fun. So when we suffer through this, number one, we don't get flagged for copyright because now it's fair use. And number two, because we need a break from this. Whoa, did you see the eyes that she flashed? She flashed some eyes. Let's look at that again. Alright, so zoom in, and I want to just slow it down. She is gonna kill her friend. She's like, you are giving me half of your $50 for this. This you did not. I do not consent to being in this thing. Now I'm here because it's a public place. It's a church. They have the legal right to put me in or whatever. They're paying us technically. You give me half of your money. Are you really singing? Why does he look familiar? Why does he look familiar? He looks like John Cusack. Right? Like from Wish. Friend. Friend. Exactly. I'm sorry. I thought this was an MLM, you know. It's Eminem. Who edited this to make the girl look bad? That's what I'm saying. It's these two people from former communist or current communist countries. It is a psyop. Chat replay. There is none. Oh boy. There is no chat replay. Nobody wanted to watch the live. 'Cause what they thought is this sacrilegious? Who's the COVID commando in the back? She's like, I know this is years after. I'm still social distancing. I am here. I've got my hand sanitizer. I don't want to deal with this. But is she checking out? Like, okay, but her butt looks good. Is she do you think she's jealous or do you think she wants her? What do we think? It can be both. Okay. Jealous, wants her, or both. Steve Buscemi. Wish Eminem is N and N. That's who it is. Is this book Worse than the last one with the disingenuous authors. So the book that we read, this has no point, which is why we can't. It's bad. Like the writing is as bad as the apologist writing. It's as bad. It's just a fiction book though. It's just there's no point for us to read it. But the Hank book that I have to put part 4 up after the live stream. That book is as bad. Yeah, it is. All right, so she's being like the little hottie in church. Should have had the devil horns, but I like the red anyway. Okay.
See me in a red dress, hopping on the devil bed.
I told you. Okay, his hair is way worse than I thought. He did this on purpose. He did that haircut on purpose. Number 1. Number 2, that's what I'm saying. He's got those giggle cheeks. He's gonna go. The girl sitting next to her is doing her best to like poker face this. Doing her best. This man needs confessional stat. What's with the neckline on the dress? Either do a plunge or don't. No, this isn't it, sweetie. Hey, this is church cleavage, okay? This is church appropriate cleavage. This will still get us into heaven, okay? Because we didn't plunge all the way, all right? We're not going to the depths of hell. We're stopping at purgatory, okay? Now, what is she saying? You see me in a red dress sipping on my deathbed?
See me in a red dress, hopping on the devil bed.
Hopping on the death fest? Oh, Pentecostals would judge the hell out of you for... Oh, they will, of course. Is this supposed to be like 2 characters, the red and white one, or is it too late and I need more coffee? It's 11:10 for me in the morning, and I haven't finished my coffee, but this is bad. Thinking in lust as they judge in disgust. I like the back of this dress. Yeah, she's got a nice figure. I mean, there's nothing but somebody should have been like, you know, you could just do like modeling. Something quiet. Just sit in the corner and read, sweetheart. Quietly. What are you doing here? Oh, wait. Okay, she's... So, wait, she is the devil. And she is going all ways, okay? Not just both ways, all ways. Okay. Now, do you notice? So the friend on the left, what is it? The left side? I can't tell. Look, I don't care. So the friend on the left, she is Miss Cardigan, is just like I can't. Is this for real? And then Miss White Dress on the right is like, is this a sexual harassment charge now? Hell is this on a loop. Hire someone to sing this song, baby girl. That man. Okay, ready? She's like, okay. He's like, no, wait. Okay, I was gonna say he thinks it's hot, but he doesn't. So, but he's trying really hard not to laugh because he wants to get with her. But no, he's obviously gay. What? Yeah, what are you doing here? Letting someone else steer. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's good that you're supposed to be judgmental in the song because that is the face. Okay.
I saw love, precious and fun.
What's the message in this song? Music for the deaf. That's what was that? A Queens of the Stone Age album, songs for the deaf. Maybe try rapping about your red dress. Yeah, we can get the Kesha auto-tune, like sing talk kind of thing, right? She asked, "What do you think?" And people said that was interesting, and she didn't know that wasn't a compliment. That's the problem. I feel like the song is somewhat well written. I bet if someone that could sing was singing it might be a banger. I mean, if that's the thing, it might be good. It might be. So is it Christian or is it sacrilegious? I don't know. Like the makeup isn't bad. The clothes aren't bad. Even her moving around, looking at the thing, being all like sexy lady in church, that's not bad. Like the acting and the flirting, that's not bad. It's the singing. They see me in a red dress, hopping on the devil fest, thinking of lust as they judge in disgust. What are you doing here? They see me in a red dress, hopping on the devil fest. Are we missing the devil fest? Is it a metal concert? What's the devil fest? We are who we are. I love Kesha too. Yeah, that's the thing. She knows what she can do, and she does it, right? She's cute for sure. You nailed it about her potential. Yeah, she can do that. You know, probably for photo because she doesn't seem very tall. There's nothing wrong with that.
Of people not like me and break or stride. It shouldn't be me trying to change. That'll be something if I remain.
That's her trying to use her best like Adele voice. The shit will be something. Just like her Cher voice. Okay, that was her doing that.
Trying to change. That'll be something.
There it is. She's doing it. And this guy, like I said, you know, as her gay best friend, he destroyed her. And she was like, oh, you gay men are so sassy. You really like it, though. I know that you guys give insults as, like, compliments, so thank you. And he's like, no, it's really bad. Like, it makes me want to kill myself. And she's like, oh, thank you for the compliment. Oh, my God, you gay guys are so good. You're so catty. I'm serving Steve next Tuesday.
And if I remain, it just
I think the dissonance is on purpose. She could even pull off a short vocal solo, let someone else do the lead. Sure.
made me singing a
Sure.
sin, watching exclusive.
She's saying slinging a sin? There's a whole album. Maybe she's deaf. No, because Beethoven was deaf. There is no excuse for this. The vibratos.
Illusion getting its wings. 'Cause
What key is she in? She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She's got the whole key ring. She's just going through them. This is the zombie movie. She's dropping the key ring. She's picking it up. She's trying all of them to get in the door. That is what's going on here. But it's a weak juxtaposition because it's a Christian, and what a Christian thinks is naughty. That's true. That's what I'm saying. She could have just gone like red with like the horns that like how that like that devil women from we need something better. We're just gonna have to wash our brains for a second. I believe in a thing called love, which is way better than this by the Darkness. I really don't want to get copyright struck, so we're gonna have to. Where's the devil ladies? There they are. Here's like summertime part. Yeah, gotta keep talking over it so we don't get copyrighted. Something like that. If she did this, you see what I mean? That would have been good. But with like a red dress on top of it. See, there you go. Yes. There we go. Look at that's great. And we got the guy here, the I don't know, rhythm guitar, I guess. Bass guitar, sorry. I didn't count the strings. He's looking like he's the lead singer of Laibach. Okay? This is way better. And I'm sorry that we can't keep listening to it because I don't want to get copyright and take it down. So we're gonna go back to this. This red dress. I don't know. Oh wait, it's gonna get hotter.
'Cause what they saw.
Oh God. Yeah. Look at this guy. This guy's like, I don't think this is worth the $50.
See me in a red dress.
Oh wait, this is the choreography. We were promised choreography, and this is it. She doesn't have the vocal range to talk. She needs to be doing the Gizmo voice. See me in a red dress, going to the devil. This could have been like Cake, right? With the music, we got to kick up the music a little bit much. See me in a red dress, going to the devil fest. Look at me with lust, and they look at me with disgust. Yeah, that would have been. way better than anything like this. Okay, so let's look at the dance number. Let's appreciate it for what it is first, without the music, because the music's really putting us in a weird headspace. Okay. Now, all the church has hotties. The hotties are not into it, except for this one. This one looks... She looks like she would do... I don't want to say something that will get this flagged. In Japan. The rest of this, I like... What do we have? Look at this. Okay, we have the full spectrum of lesbian fashion. We've got the full femme over here, right? And then we're getting over, and then we got the butch at the end, right? And then we've got soft butch, or like the femme butch over here. We've got it all. We're just getting there. Okay, this is it. That was a very interesting choice for the backup dancers. The funky chicken. The one on the extreme left might be into... She does. She looks like she's having fun, or one of those people that just can't stop laughing when she feels embarrassed. Okay. Yeah, testicle, you get it. The yellow and black attack. Better than what I did for 50 yesterday. I actually want someone to sing a cover to this song. You know what? We can probably put it through the thing that I use to make the music for my channel. We can probably just put it in there and see what happens. Whoa, wait a minute. Hang on. Wait, I thought that was the German flag in the back. It's just Bleibels. Never mind. I was very confused. Okay, we're doing this. He's pretending like, yes, I like women and women bodies. He's trying. He's trying. Look at the people on the side. They're like... The brother isn't trying not to laugh. The other guy switched seats. Why did he switch seats? He wanted a better view of this? This is a voyeur. This man is a voyeur. He didn't even have to pay him. He just was here. He's like, I like whatever this is. Whatever this is. I'm not wearing pants. Yes, poison the AI database with the absence of quality. It should have been wrapped. That's what I'm saying, okay? They could have done it like cake style. Okay. What? Oh. This could... Now this, again, this could have been hot. If they were all, like, deviled out. Do you know what I'm saying? This church needed an exorcism after the set. This could have been something. Look, he's like, oh, ladies, please. I had to take a vow. Ugh. The woman in the glasses behind him is looking away. We'll check it out when she shows up next, when we watch this next. He's... Alright, this is... I don't know if this is... Is this choreography? This is more like, alright, this is what's hot now. And it's like, Stacy, that's a TikTok dance. Yeah, it's hot now. Look at how many views. Let's do it. And that's the choreographer, is just like a TikTok hashtag. Run it through AI. We should. But we need to get I need to find the lyrics first. And then we'll have to find a way to make it in the style of Cake. Or Kesha. Something. Oh, yeah. There we go. Did you like it? The little hop. The little no bra hop. In the what did we call it? What am I thinking? It's not Budapest. It's the place between heaven and hell. It's not the pancreas. It's... What's it called? Look, guys. This is hard. They had a little bunny hop, right? Cosmo Jarvis played a bad priest in the music video. She's going the distance. Purgatory, thank you. I can't think. I'm doing my best to maintain something. I have to consider the copyright. I have to consider your entertainment. And I have to not consider my sanity. And this is what happens. So we get the Budapest pancreas neckline. And she spins around. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. What are we doing? We paused this at the right time. She's going all... Well, who was it? Sharon Stone? She's doing it. She's basic instincting us. Sarah Brand, red dress lyrics at Genius. Okay, thank you. Limbo fits. Yeah. And the limbo would have been more choreography if they would have done that. Okay, look at that. She is putting on the charm right now. I have to keep wordsing or I get copy stuck, basically. They brought you to tears at the beginning. I was worried it would smear my mascara because it's not waterproof. Whoa, wait, oh. Okay, so this doesn't have a plunging neckline. We've got a plunging POV. She's getting, so are we the priest? Is he, I mean, he's got a dress on. That's easy access. What is going on here? Yeah, the cleavage. She's like, oh, we have to listen to the music, sorry. We just gotta hear it. Down blouse. That's it. Okay. Red dress. I still think it's a death fest. Or deathbed. What are you doing here? Wink? Okay. I mean, this is like, it's senior graduation and I'm into K-pop and my parents have a lot of money. Let's do something. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's giving. I was sure the bots will recognize this as music. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. We can check it out. Because it's, you know what they recognize? The 2.6 million views. I almost saw the promised land. Okay, we'll see the bunny hop in slightly slow motion. No, we didn't. Oh, there it is. Do you think that they put the tape to keep it from bouncing around? Do we know how old she is? I'm guessing at least 18. I don't know. Assume she's 16 to be safe. I thought like 24. I thought 24. Just because of the circles under her eyes. So is this Rebecca Black with even less talent? Yeah, this is Rebecca Vanta Black. This is Becky Vanta, okay? Because it's a void. I mean, at least the music video is more entertaining, quote unquote, to watch. But I don't want to see Rebecca Black, definitely at that age, doing anything remotely similar to this. So I'm not saying that, oh, she should have done this. But it was just like her looking at the camera with her lips doing this thing. And then she's sitting in a what is it, convertible? And that was it. Should have stuck with the ad for the soothing music. Yeah, you missed out. What kind of ads are we getting on this thing, by the way? Good light. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's like all the elements except. Okay, while this terribleness is happening. Oh, okay, that's a good transition. Wait, now they're all into it. Is this... They should have included, like, this is what the Footloose town was afraid of, right? You get one person dancing and it's just going to hell in a handbasket. Black's whole song was a birthday present from her dad. Like, that's sweet, right? This is her just a birthday present to herself because it's written, produced, etc. by her. Have you heard a worse sound? I haven't. I haven't. Okay. So his cleavage, I don't want to judge his cleavage. Okay, maybe he's got more and the black is just slimming, but he's like doing the thing. And she's like, yeah, me too. How long did you think it took to clean that? Do you think it took a long time or not? Because it's like a hardwood floor? Okay. She's like, you did not promise me that we would have to dance in this music. Look at this guy, the voyeur. Again, we don't know if he's wearing pants. He's got a very long, a suspiciously long shirt. Yeah, leaf blower, right? What happens if you leave a cassette tape on the dash? There it is. That's it. What are you doing here? Striking the fear. Look at that. He's like, finally, all of that time I have spent in, like, what was it, drama club. Finally, I get to do something with this if this gets anywhere. It's no RFK Jr. speaking. You know what? We need an assassination. That's what we need. Now that's me. But somebody needs to. Okay. I like the last part because she judged herself. I love that. It shows some sense of self-awareness. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find the what's it called? Damn. Lyrics, red dress. What's her name? Sarah Brand. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'll read it to you guys. I came to church to praise all love, sitting, coming for someone else. It didn't stew well with me, but I said it was a lover's deed. Didn't trust my own feels. Let someone else behind my wheel. Said it was love driving me, but the only one who should steer is me. I like that. That's really genius, rhyming me with me. That's really like next level. Pre-chorus, 'cause what they saw, they see me in a red dress, hopping on the devil fest, thinking of lust as they judge and disgust. What are you doing here? They see me in a red dress, hopping on the devil fest, thinking of lust as they judge and discuss. What am I doing here, letting someone else steer? I saw a love precious and fine, thought I should do anything for time. Time to change the hearts and minds of people not like me in break or stride. It just ain't me singing of sin, watching exclusion, getting its wins, because they say what they saw, see me in a red dress, came to church to praise love, coming for someone else, but all eyes judging in disguise. They don't see me, just the lies. They see me in a red dress, ha ha. What am I doing here? I'm striking the fear. This seems very atheist in a lot of ways. It's got the components we should like, right? We should, and then it was ruined by the music. So, I don't know. We can try to make a song out of this. Yeah, me rhymes perfectly with me. It's perfect. It's perfect. Okay. But I guess the song is about, so she's into the gay guy, right? So here she is. And she's thinking, I'm doing the right thing, I guess. And that's her being pure. So she's like, I'm here. I said that I come to this stupid church. And there he is. There's my handsome gay man. He sees me. This guy sees me. And they're like, all right, everyone, please be seated. And she's like, wow, I'm doing so well. I'm like pretending to be good. I didn't burn when I entered the church. And then they're like, is she wearing a red dress to church? The sexy purgatory plunging neckline to church. And they're like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this thing. Oh my God. And she's like, wow, your church is really just judgmental jerks like that guy remembered, because all they see is me in the red dress. But I don't get, is she really in a red dress? Is she really coming in a red dress to the church and they're judging her for it? Or are they looking at her like, oh, we can tell you're not one of ours, you're probably a Jezebel? Oh, can you guys hear me now? Is it good? Okay. Well, that's good. The mic. Uh-oh. Yeah, try refreshing, I guess. So hopefully that'll work. But it's okay for the rest of you guys? We're still good? Okay. I don't know what's going on with this song. All right, do we get... Okay, we've got a lot of comments. 17,000 comments. Okay, great. She wants to be a Jezebel. The fact she didn't turn off the comments makes her braver than all of us. Agree. It takes genuine talent to sing this bad. It has to be intentional. Every single note is out of key. This is a masterclass of how the circle of fifths works. She is legendary for leaving comments on. When Shakespeare himself couldn't express himself fully in his writing, he invented his own words. When Sarah Brand couldn't hit a single note, she made her own. What a monolithic visionary. That's it. When she said, what am I doing here? That truly resonated with me. Okay. There's only one note in tune. She is the human embodiment of someone hitting all the keys on the piano at once. I've been paralyzed from the waist down for 2 years. This song gave me enough strength to get up and jump out the window. Thank you. She's a genius. Schoenberg may have invented the 12-tone scale, but this woman must hit 14 different notes. Amazing how she can perfectly sing notes in between the piano keys. Everything's perfectly off tune. The lyrics are perfectly incomprehensible. This is what music was truly destined to become. No, you are getting hypnotized, by the way. You are getting hypnotized by voice, and you like it, but actually you're getting hypnotized by the evil witch. I'm sorry, what? Does this person have a... No, they don't have videos. Damn. Can we appreciate the horrendous editing? It's all imperfect. Delivery cut in the worst moments with the worst possible transitions and effects, but while using genuinely okay techniques. So to make something look horrible, it's just amazing. The costumes are so perfectly wrong. They're neither appropriate nor really in style, nor made of good quality or really fitting the people. They look awful without being outlandish. I am mesmerized. I put this song as a ringtone, and now I wake up 10 minutes earlier to close it. Now I'm never late for school. But being mean to people sucks. I mean, she can't think it's good. At my funeral, at my grandma's funeral, this song played. She woke up to close it. Thank you so much. I've been struggling with a breathing addiction. This song gave me the strength to quit. Thank you, Sarah. God bless. Art disturbs the comfortable and comforts the disturbed. Wow. Can someone make an instrumental of this and match to her voice? I swear she's just a semitone away from the key. We are going back to the hood with this one. Fire, fire, fire. 100, 100. It's impossible to get everything wrong. This girl's a genius. Imagine being one of the actors, excited to see your performance, and then you realize you're in this. Wow. Yeah. I am a 23-year-old man from South Sudan. I spent my life in continuous war. Da-da-da-da. This is too much. Too long, didn't read. This is fire. Put it out. I think that should join the cult somewhere. Yeah. Say what you will, she got 2.3 million views with this song. That's yeah. Just pure singing. She's nowhere near as awful as Turek, though. Car wreck in a voice box. This reminds me of Elaine's dance from Seinfeld. It's so bad people love it. Thank you so much for this. I mean, all we can do from here, honestly, is I can't believe like I'm actually having to recommend this, but like this is the only thing we can enjoy. It's Chick Tracts. We can buy cases of Chick Tracts. A love story. Sale ends June 6th. How come we don't have anything gay for June? Do you know what I mean? I feel like it should be gay. If it made money, it was a success. Yeah, right? Alright, we can buy a whole case. Another whole case. Or another whole case. Fantastic. Chick Tracts get read. Let's wash out our hearts and minds with this one. And then I'm gonna put some ice on my head. Camels in the tent with a, what's that called? The grocer's apostrophe? Is that what that's called? Oh, that's some Islam stuff. Yeah. Boo. What can we do? Can we see something sexy? I don't know. I feel like The Beast? Is that sexy? Bewitched? Drugs would soon kill her, but a praying grandmother made the difference. This, okay, not sexy. I think this is in theme with what we just watched. Like, it's demonic, and there's the churches involved. I like how the question mark is on the next line. That was a choice. And I like it. The greengrocer's apostrophe. There we go. You do know we expect to see our favorite lemonade dealer in a red dress in an upcoming video, right? That's it. I got this this interesting top that's red. I should have wore it. Damn. It's all black over here. So I could disappear. Gay tracks. Yeah, we need something gay, right? Because it's June. I don't know. I gotta do some gay tracks. Alright. So we got this guy with, do you think, okay, so he's in hell, right? He's in hell. We can agree he's in hell. I know he's supposed to be like manning like a joystick controller, but it looks like he's holding a Chupa Chups. He's missing his jaw. And do you think that he's supposed to look like he has like really bad fire scars on his skin because he lives in hell? Do you think that was that intentional? Should have called 911 and got some Narcan. Or the one with the sin of pride. That's too abstract, Nick. Too abstract. Unless the sin of pride is Sodom and Gomorrah.
Master, it is ready to begin.
Oh. What, hell just has a bunch of cubicles? Look, it's even got the texture, that carpet texture on the cubicles. You will all wait until I see my favorite TV program. When I return, I want everyone's report. Well, he's got like, hang on, we can't do like devil stuff because I gotta go watch, what, Jersey Shore? That's weird. What, he's got to vote in American Idol and then we'll come back? What's he... What is he watching? What do you think the devil would watch? Honestly, his favorite TV program, Ancient Aliens? What could he watch? I like the reflective table. I think that was a good choice stylistically. I just like it. I think that was a nice choice. The absurdly fantastic fanserd. Abstastic, maybe? In Pure or Like This, there were no accidents. Lollipop, pox-ridden skin. Yeah, I don't know about the lollipop. Since he doesn't have that jaw, it might be just easier for his lip muscles to just, you know? C-SPAN. He's watching the girl in the red dress. That's it. It's just on repeat. Like, just watching people writhe in agony. That's his own reality TV show. Oh, it's Bewitched. He's watching Bewitched. Look at this. Look at how delightful this little gay man is. So this is a pretty similar take on Jack Chick's boyfriend. That is what I think is his boyfriend. He's got the face. He's just got that kind of Keanu Reeves looking face, but he's got a little goatee on there. The devils would watch my channel. Oh, thank you. We got fire. We've got skulls. This looks like a great chair. Notice he's got the broken cross looking thing. That's from the peace sign. The evangelicals think the peace sign is like satanic. Ha ha. Delightful. So disarming. So innocent, yet so effective. So Jack Chick really believed that Bewitched was like demonic propaganda to get people to just go to the dark side. He's so look how happy he is. Mike Warnka, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna look him up in another thing just in case something crazy pops up. What do we got? I don't know. I think he looks too... his hair's too short. He doesn't have he has a goatee. I don't know. I'm not sure. Evangelicals think? Oof. Oof. Not about their theology. Cubicle with a giant server behind you blowing hot air on your back. Hell is real. Exactly.
Master, those old reruns, are they so important? Why, Master?
Like, I messed it up. Whatever. I fixed it. Because, stupid. That shall pave the way for all our occult and vampire programming viewed by millions today. So Satan just likes to be nostalgic. He's like, you know, I put a lot of effort into this. Can you just hush and appreciate it? Just let me enjoy my little cartoons, okay? I mean, I know it's not a cartoon, but each one of you will give me a breakdown of the progress in your field of responsibility. Wow. What kind of voice is this guy gonna have? The Vale of Wedgemorth hath passed our wildest hopes. Young people are probing deeper into spiritism, thanks to hallucinatory drugs and fortune tellers. Master, we have a winner in our drug division. No opposition whatsoever. Like, the drugs are the winning division, or is there one drug that wins the division? Because I'm guessing this, well, this is before the fentanyl crisis. Oh, astrology sales. And it's broken down based on who buys what. So Aries, least likely to spend money on astrology. Scorpio, more likely to spend money on astrology. Pisces, so wow, interesting. You wouldn't believe the sales of astrology books. The market is flooded, and they are begging for more. Our Lady with the gift of prophecy might even advocate teaching astrology in schools. That's our girl. Wonderful. Ha ha. Why does he write the laugh like that? How? Mike Warnica was an evangelical comedian, popular in the 80s. We had Power Force, so I don't know. We didn't watch that. We had Power Force. Resisting the urge to say something. Hunt and embarrass our Ms. Lemon. I mean, just go for it. If I don't like it, I guess we can delete it. I mean, how embarrassed am I gonna get? You know what I'm saying? What about politics? Wait, politics includes anarchy. Do I have to censor this word? Otherwise I don't get the monetization. Peography and the gays. That's politics. When did you guys vote for anarchy? Dirty pictures and the gays. When did you vote for that? The satanic panic. I mean, I guess, but it started with Bewitched, you know, with Samantha. It's all wrapped up, Master. Soon we will have our one world government, thanks to the people in our key positions. What about the enemy? I'm sorry to report that a few Bible-believing churches are still awake. Oh, so this is woke too. This is that atheist woke crap. However, Master, the majority of our churches have joined the ecumenical movement. Soon we'll have our super church. And somebody's just shouting bravo. Just one of these other guys sitting. Just like, bravo! Just out of nowhere. Well, it looks like we got everything under control. Are there any problem areas? Yes, Master. We have a serious trouble spot. I have a praying grandmother who's fasting. It's out of control. She's praying for a girl named Ashley. It's just a girl. He didn't even do enough research to realize it's her granddaughter. So that's it. It's like Satan's plans can be disrupted as long as you keep praying. Got it? 70 times 7. And their imaginations were evil. It's like this is the evil, continuous evil. I mean, some anarchy is a feature of these bundle of sticks, as Il Dolce called his movement. Oof. Give me a complete breakdown on Ashley. We'll make an example of this case. And get her, I got her mother, and I'll get Ashley too. Look at this, he is so unbothered. He's got excellent eyebrows. He's very unbothered. Good job, Satan. Alright, so here's Ashley, looking kind of sad. Ashley Wilson, age 16, father and executive, and an alcoholic. I don't know why him... What about, like, he's too busy being an executive, and he's also an alcoholic? But no, he's just an executive. Just work at a upper management, evil. Just automatically evil. A fasting, praying grandmother can do what God can't do alone. Precious. They've bugged the line to heaven. How else do they get the prayers? That's true. And how do we know that they bugged the line? They asked for the operator and then asked the number to Alice Pizza. And then they said, hold on, and the operator hung up. That's how we know. Parents divorced at 7, when she was 7, not when the parents were 7. Mother died 1 year ago and is in hell. Ashley has been on drugs since she was 14. Ran away from home at age 15. Father is an executive and an alcoholic. Okay. At 14, Ashley pretended to accept Christ when she thought she was pregnant, and she wasn't. Oh, God, I'm in real trouble. I don't even know who the father is. Help me. She got a tribble on her bed. At 14, he still thinks that she's playing with, like, Raggedy Andy. Jack doesn't understand how old people... Has Jack met a human outside of the military? With that problem gone, Ashley then turned to drugs and left home. Is her grandmother praying for her salvation? Yes, master. She also wants her home and is getting it through to Ashley. We'll stop this. Ashley is ours. See to it she doesn't get to her grandmother. There's like so many people in the world, but they need just one. They just need Ashley. Once they collect one more Ashley, that's it. They've got the complete set. They've already have the Ashley, Ashleigh. They already have Ashlee. They just need this one. And then they have the set. She's got in tribble. They down the prayers that are normally up top. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peds. That's it. Hit 666 instead of 555, a common mistake. It would be very evil if Jesus and his disciples come back and claim the copyrights. Maybe she hit with the white... Maybe she got hit with a white ball in her stomach. That's it. She's not really pregnant. She just had Hal. That's all. She's just inhabited by a being. Remember Recess? There were 4 Ashleys with all a different last name initial. Yep, that's... So he's... What's that kid's name? The Recess kid that was like taking notes and tattling on everybody? No problem, master. Time is running out for Ashley. She has taken over 60 trips on LSD mixed with speed. Her brain and arteries are beginning to gel. She's already having flashbacks. It shouldn't be too much longer. Oh, there's hippies. Oh, man, I put down 3 months ago. I'm having heavy flashbacks. I'm in trouble. What about your mom? Oh, she's dead. That's a bummer. I know who can help you. Madame Tussauds, a psychic. The psychic medium. Madame Tussauds, is that the one with the wax museum? Nah, that's Madame Tussauds. This is Madame Tussauds. She claims she can contact the dead. Maybe she can reach your mother. Hey, Ash, she's holding a meeting tonight. Let's go. Alright, so we have... The medium calls upon the spirits... Sorry, I need a more Bible narrator voice. The medium calls upon the spirits of the universe to bring forth Ashley's mother, to convince her that the dead can truly communicate with the living. And we see this, like, fart ghost come out of the medium. Ashley... Bible warning, regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. Leviticus 19:31. You know what? That's also just a mishmash of words, right? That's just a mishmash of words. That makes as much sense as some of the paragraphs that we read out of Empress Teresa. 60 trips, damn, circumnavigating the firmaments. I feel ripped off. I've done loads of acid, not a single flashback. Well, was it good and mixed with speed and causing your arteries and blood to gel? Pfft, probably not. You gotta mix it with a little bit of that agar. That's gonna get it in there. Sarah Bryn sang recess dress at her. Mom, is that really you? Yes, Ashley. Please don't worry, I'm happy where I am. You're going to get well. There's no need to search any further for the truth. You found it here. Ashley's grandmother continues with her prevailing prayer. Lords, I know she's in Satan's camp. Please send Ashley home. Put snares before the enemy. And that works. Are the enemies going to actually be ensnared? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. Again, this is sounding like we're just putting nouns together. You know? That's it. Ashley, what about your friends? You can't leave them. I'm going to see my grandmother and tell her about seeing my mom. Ashley tells her grandmother about her seance. Oh, honey, I'm so glad you're home. Did you listen to Lords of Acid while doing acid? See, that's the problem. Maybe no, it's good acid. Weirdly, Ms. Lemon is the Lord our God. I am better than the God in the Bible. Number one, you can talk to me. Number two, I listen to you. I reply to you. I interact with you. Number one. Number two, I'm far more prophetic. Let's just be honest. Number three, far more entertaining. And zero bloodshed. Okay? $D. Maybe you were using the off-brand stuff. Maybe it wasn't really LSD. It was like LSD. The S is for not. Does Satan's camp have tents or cabins? Skits? Good camps have skits. What's that? What was that one camp show? Salute Your Shorts on Nickelodeon? It was that. And she told me she was happy. Isn't that cool, Grandma? What do you think? Oh, honey, in light of the scripture, I believed you've been deceived. Let me explain. I believe a devil, not the devil, but just one, impersonated your mother. You have been dealing with familiar spirits, an area strictly prohibited by God. Oh, how did she know I need help, says the demon. Old Testament law. Asterisk. A man also, or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. Leviticus 20:27. I mean, it'd be nice if they explain what a familiar spirit is. The next morning, oh, Grandma, oh no, my face, it's melting, oh God, help me, God, help me. And she's having that Sarah Connor moment, I guess, where she sees herself getting like blasted to hell. This one should finish her off, I've won. So he's just trying to scare her to death, literally. That's the best you have? That's the best the devils have? Why not just say like, oh, I was deceived, I was such a fool, or man, Grandma doesn't know anything, I'm leaving, and then go like do more drugs or something. Doctor, what happened? Well, she had a massive heart attack from an LSD flashback. I'm afraid Ashley won't make it. I'm sorry. Lori, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, and it didn't say anything, so if there's anything that you wanted to add, please feel free, and I definitely will read that aloud. Alright? I'll put a heart here. Is there an option to unheart it? I don't know why there would be. Do you guys have the option to heart it? Is it just my option? Come to the hospital tonight about 8 p.m. We'll know by then. Wait. What time is it? It's the next morning. But don't even worry about coming to the hospital. We just assume whatever the outcome is by 8, we'll figure it out. Also, 8 is when my shift ends. So, what a coincidence, right? You can thumbs up to it. Okay. Yeah, hell yeah, Lori. Lori. Don't pray. It's useless. God has forsaken Ashley. Curse God. It's his fault. Ashley is dead. And she's going to hell because you didn't lead her to Christ last night. Oh, Lord, hold back the powers of darkness. Have mercy on Ashley. Thank you, Lord. Oh, wait. So the angel just literally shows up. And he's like, come on, you guys. Come on. That's it. They don't fight. The details are silly, but the idea that there's demons that are concerned with the personal lives of every single person is pretty scary for a believer. Like, none of us are below the notice of the devil bureaucracy. You know, but part of it is this idea that it's not all of us. It's just the strongest of Christians. It's the Bible-believing Christians. It's the Jack Chick Christians. Okay? That's it. But it is kind of silly that this is what Jack Chick thinks is really going on. Ms. Lemon is our shepherd, we shall not want. That's it. That's it. And I'm going through actual pain, having to. I suffer for for you guys, for the good of whatever. The Screw Tape Letters was pretty entertaining. Should we check it out? Maybe next time. I should be able to do another live stream Friday. My Friday, yours Thursday, unless you're in this part of the world. But like this angel's like, all right, you two, come on, skedaddle. And they're like, man, I hate you. I tell you, I hate the way that woman prays. That woman prays. Sorry, she's not more than one. She's not plural. She's not the 3-in-1. That's the God. But why can an angel just like he's almost, you know, grabbing them by their ears and just, come on, you knuckleheads. I personally hate C.S. Lewis. I mean, we should. It was recommended because of Frank and Norm. I can't. I have it in my list. So Ashley, please let Ashley become conscious once more so I can lead her to the Savior before she dies. I pray this in Jesus' precious name. Amen. So Grandma's prayers are super effective, clearly. And that's what she prays for. She doesn't pray, please let Ashley make a complete recovery. It's just, please let her wake up for half a second so she can repeat the sinner's prayer and then die at 14 or 16 and just die. That's it. And that's what she wants. She's okay with this. Ashley's grandma split the moon. Wrong religion. Well, she's splitting this moon, right? That's why they're not allowed to pray in the same prayer area. Look at this. This looks good. Like Ashley really looks busted and like she's dying. When people wish me bless you when I sneeze, I sometimes whisper back, shh, don't tell them I'm down here. I had a student just out of nowhere. One student sneezed. The next student said bless you, and the third student said curse you. It was just so unexpected, especially from this particular student. It was great. And it sounds fake, but the sneezing student just went, which was also really out of character for that student. It was a weird one. It is a blood cult. You know, it's okay for her to die because, you know, this way if she dies, she just dies a Christian. But if she lives, she may revert back and be a sinner like her mom and end up in hell. You know, that's the problem. So at 9:30 p.m., Ashley responds, hi, Grandma. Oh, thank you, Lord. Ashley, did you know that Jesus left heaven to become a man on earth so that he could become a sacrifice for your sins? The precious blood he shed all on the cross will wash all your sins away. Oh, honey, believe on him and repent. Tell him that you've sinned. Ask him to forgive you. Now, what sucks is, like, Ashley's grandmother really believes this is the last time I'm going to talk to my granddaughter. My daughter's already dead. And this is my granddaughter's dying. And she's not like, oh, sweetheart. Oh, I am so sorry for how all this, I love you so much. Let me sing you a song that I used to sing when you were a baby. And she's not, you know, rocking her and stroking her hair. She's like, listen, Jesus, blood, you believe, heaven. Okay? You got it? And Ashley, in her haze, was like, yeah, got it. And Grandma's like, did it. Time well spent. Another one, done. Excellent. And then the devil's like, ugh. And that's supposed to be beautiful. We're supposed to read this and be moved. You know? It's actually sadder than the red dress song. Yeah. I washed a dress in the blood of the lamb. That I wrote a song under the name Sarah Brand. I mean, that's better, right? Well, no, lamb, brand, not as good as me and me. Okay? Some people's religion is their identity. Can you imagine just how Ashley must have felt? She's like, I'm gonna die. Like, I'm not gonna, Grandma, I feel death is coming. And Grandma's like, shh, child, don't talk like that. Because Jesus hasn't come into your heart yet. It's like an invasive advertisement. I've accepted the Lord Jesus as my savior, Grandma. He just came into my heart. I'm safe. Look at, she's like crying, like, just get this nasty woman away from me. She's like, yeah, I did it, Grandma. Just let me die. This is worse than anything. Oh my God. Oh, you're God. And then she's like, oh, Ashley, I'm so happy. Now we'll meet in heaven. Thank you, Lord. And the nurse is like, lady, go. Notice she doesn't say visiting hours are over. She could just tell, like, you're distressing my patient. This is a great nurse. She just, like, look at Ashley's face. You can tell she's so busted up. She's like, Grandma, just go. Yeah, Jesus, great, accepted. He's come inside me. Okay, just come on. And, like, her heart monitor's just going crazy. And the Grandma's like, I've done a good job. You know? I'm sorry, Grandma. I can't decide when to be convinced. I know you're hurt and in the hospital, hun. But have you considered you might die right now and go to hell? Grandma of the year. 2 a.m. the phone rings. This is Dr. Hensley. I'm sorry, but Ashley passed away just 10 minutes ago. Is that supposed to be her doctor or her dad? Oh, it's her doctor. He's talking. Where's her dad? How come her dad didn't show up? Ugh, we've lost her. She was right in our hands. And she couldn't get her mind off the gospel. You'll pay for this. Oh, I'm sorry, Master. I have ways of making you really sorry. And then Grandma couldn't even get her, like, a nice headstone. This is a woman of simple means. Thank you, Lord, that her name is in the book of life. Like, that's it. Not, please take care of her like I couldn't. I wish I would have prayed for more time. Oh, Ashley, I'm sorry that you had such a hard life and I didn't intervene as much as I should have personally because I was too busy intervening spiritually, you know. Nope. It's just, I'm so glad you died before you could be a sinner again, sweetie. Now I'll see you in heaven. Anyway, talk to you tomorrow. And she just leaves. And then we get Revelations 2012 and 2015 about the book of life, the book of judgment, and if your name's not written down in the book of life, you get thrown into the fire. And that's it. This was way more depressing than anything else we looked at today. I need some Empress Teresa. What do we got? 2015. So we're going to go to page 215 and see what we got. The story feels like a wasted Genie Wish parody. Right, except the person who screwed up is the person making the wish, not the genie. You know? I know you have no strength, but is there something... Hey, can you do something to make me feel better? Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. It looked like she's just, like, screaming. Just like, yeah, sure, Grandma, just, ugh. And again, the nurse is like, you have to go now. Notice that's where the emphasis is on have. Like, you must. You gotta leave, lady. Not, oh, visiting hours are over, or I'm sorry, she fell into a coma. Can you move aside for the doctors, whatever. It's like, you just go. Just leave. You know? She's probably crying to the nurse. I feel so alone. What the hell was that supposed to be? How did she even get in here? I told you guys not to let her in here. And the nurse is like, sweetheart, I am so sorry this happened. Do you want us to try to call your dad again? And she says, no, I'm just going to die here alone and nobody cares about me. And I don't know what the hell to do. My life has been nothing. And she cries. She goes to sleep and she doesn't wake up. Like, that's what's happened. You know, that's the real part of it, away from the Christian fever dream here. So we're going to Empress Teresa in closing. And then I'm going to go, put my head on some ice and take my medicine. I followed the official out to the meeting room where the Saudi negotiator waited. I barely glanced at the Saudi. We walked into the room together. He walked around the Swiss woman. Why not just the Swiss? He walked around the Swiss to take the farthest seat, and I sat in the nearest. I opened. We can clean up this mess fast if I speak first. Please, he said with a smile and a hand signal, inviting me to go ahead. He must have heard I had a surprise for him, and he could see my mysterious manila envelope. This mess was started by the organization, and you had to go along like a baseball team is expected to clear the dugout and run on the field when two players start a fight, but your heart wasn't in it? What? This guy really likes baseball, first of all. But why that? Why not? You guys were supposed to get everything straightened out, but your heart wasn't in it. The only two players fighting are me and the organization. You're here to calm things down. I understand that and appreciate you calling this meeting. Your oil will run out in 40 years, and then what will you have? Let's not talk about oil today. I have a fabulous treasure that will last you forever. What is this, like, back chick fever dream? That will make all your people richer than they ever dreamed of, and that will give you, and that I will be glad to give you free if there's no attack on Israel. I wasn't being extemporaneous. Every word and gesture was carefully planned. Really? You carefully planned that clunky baseball team analogy? He knew I had a bombshell and waited. I opened the manila envelope and took out a pile of computer printouts, as opposed to what other type of printouts? Fax machine printouts? Let's take a tour around the Mediterranean. Here's the desert of Algeria. Could you pass in this, please? I slid a picture of the desert towards the Swiss woman to pass to the Saudi. Again, why not the Saudi man? Swiss woman, Saudi. This is better than I could have hoped for. At least it's as good. You know, sometimes when you eat something or drink something that tastes so bad that the good stuff can't counteract it, and you need something worse to get that taste out of your mouth. This is the worst. This is it. The stream is still going. Got back from a drive. Yeah. Welcome back. It's gonna end soon, but yeah, welcome back. My poor head. It's something. It's not as bad as it was last Sunday. Last Sunday I had to take my injection. It was like rolling on the bed, like what the, like it was just not. It was not it. The table was 6 feet wide, and I didn't want to make paper airplanes. See, this just, we get it. It's a big table, and you're passing it to somebody to pass it to somebody else. Like, we know how, oh, that's right. The author hasn't met people. Okay. The Saudi glanced at the picture. The desert of Libya, I said, passing another picture. The desert of Egypt, the desert of Iraq, the desert of Iran. And worst of all, your own Saudi Arabian desert. Not even bacteria grow there. Does she not, does the author not understand that even in the empty quarter, there's still like ibises? There's still the ibex animal. You get migraines too. Yeah, they're dumb and they're stupid, and if there was a god, they wouldn't exist. You missed the song Sarah Brand, Red Dress. That's okay. Max can just go back and watch us descent into madness, okay? Watch our descent into madness. He was particularly interested in that picture. Great. I'm glad that the picture of his own country that he's not familiar with, and he didn't correct her. Like, no, we have, animals that live in the desert, and there's some plants that grow there, right? You do you not know that, all-knowing child? Your countries are all desert because the land is flat. Is that? That's my mistake. I was teaching my geography students that a desert is a desert because of its low precipitation. I didn't know desert is flat. That's why it's a desert. You don't have enough mountains to make the air rise up and cool off. I'm going to break my teeth if I can't bite something. I don't want to upset my neighbors by screaming. Is... It just... Okay. Number one. On the left side the western side of the Arabian Peninsula, there is there's the Red Sea. And if you look at the Red Sea, there's a line, there's a plate boundary there. It is a divergent plate. And this is why the Red Sea kind of drops down, and it's really cool, and it's a cool ecosystem, whatever. Because it's on a plate boundary, there's also some mountains. So there's mountains along the western side of Saudi Arabia. There's also a lot of air movement that happens. The problem is that there's not enough precipitation, right? And that's the problem. The air is dry by the time that it gets to the parts that we're looking at as the desert. That's the problem. Does the author also not understand that Antarctica is the biggest desert? It has nothing to do with how hot things are? Yeah, see, exactly, Chapman. Exactly. Desert dwellers always carry 2 pieces of sandpaper. One picture of home. The other is a map of how to get there. What the hell is that, Tess? That should be in this book. And that would make it so much better if it was. This is great. Often enough, mountains can cause deserts with their range. Exactly. Oh, that was one of the things to show the students about the rain shadow effect, was to pull up Google Maps and like show them, like, you see on the side we got the Ganges and all this, but on the other side of the Himalaya mountain range we've got a desert. It's a cold desert because it's high up, and it's cold because it's high, but it's a desert, you know. Yeah. The driest desert, what is it, the Atacama? It's on the opposite side of the Andes. And then, of course, Antarctica. The air stays hot enough to evaporate rain before it hits the ground, which is true sometimes. You're all crowded in cities on the coast. Do they not understand, like, where Medina and Mecca are? Does the author not know that? These are not... like, he could have just looked at a map. Now, let's take a look at Europe. I passed a beautiful... This is... Okay, I just... It is racist, right? Is it giving it off racist? Is there enough... Is that we using the wind? We have enough wind to blow the racism through? Is this... Like, first... I mean, there is a certain beauty to deserts. Absolutely. Absolutely. I passed a beautiful picture of the Italian Alps, Italy. And I passed a picture of the French Alps, France. And the Swiss mountains, Switzerland. Some of their ski resorts stay open 12 months a year. Yeah, that's the same in Lebanon. Like, what? Alaska has tundra similar to deserts. Oh, yeah, definitely. And Austria's mountains. Austria. Can't you just show the Alps? Like, she shows the French Alps, the Italian Alps, Austria's mountains, Swiss... Just say, I showed a picture of the Alps. Also, Italy is really dry. That's why some stuff grows well there, but the Roman Empire had to spread out and take over places like Egypt to grow things like lots of grain. So he thinks that Italy can grow stuff, and it's not dry, and it doesn't have the Mediterranean biome in the Mediterranean. Yeah, 20 years of research, and you dare question this author's geography? Geography, ha! Other cultures, ha! A racist knows not these things. Thank you, Chapman. The beautiful hills of Germany with tiny villages surrounded by vast areas of green grass and trees. Germany. That was the end of my tour. The land around the mountains I can raise in your country will be below sea level? It will become freshwater lakes. I will give you all the mountains you want if there's no military... Sorry, I don't want you guys to think that the stream is glitched or froze. So I should say something, but I don't want to talk. I just want to sit here in silence and be angry. This is so bad. Where did the author think they learned this from? Where did the author think they learned that deserts exist because they're hot and flat? Is the author unfamiliar with any of the islands in the tropic, which are also hot, and there's a lot of flat places in those deserts? Is the author aware of them? Is the author aware of the outside? That he could have looked this up? If Red Dress was a book. That's why I said, I think the Red Dress book or song, it's like the background music to this. Okay, yes, underwater mountains are a thing, but just, yeah, exactly. The rest of the peninsula is okay, where the mountains makes the plateaus like the Puglia. I'm having trouble following this too. So I'm assuming what we walked into is that the Saudi was threatening to blow up Israel, and they wanted to make sure this didn't happen. So she's saying, I can show you the world. Mountains and no deserts. I know how geography works if you just listen now. Like, what is that? Is the author aware? Is the author in a coma? 2016, DeFreak. 2016, not 2015, 2016. So this means internet exists. Yeah, he could have just Googled it. Could have just Google mapped it. Could have Google Earthed it. Yeah. Wow. And she's showing him the world. So why not like the desert in Tibet? Why not the high deserts? Why not the desert in China? These are highland, cold deserts. And again, yeah, the Alps, or not the Alps, the damn tundra, right? The alpine, freaking biome, right? It's named after the damn Alps. It's also very dry. Do you want to build a straw man? Let's see. What do we got? Where are we going? The land? Okay. I've told you have no control over the terrorists. Alright, so wait. So the land around the mountains I can raise in your country will be below sea level. It will become freshwater lakes. I will give you all the mountains you want if there's no military attack on Israel. I've been told you have no control over the terrorists. They even attack you. I don't see how we can talk about the other issues until some future time. Let's give the terrorists and the people a chance to prove they can behave. What you have to worry about is what the little shopkeeper with a wife and 4 kids to feed wants for the future. They have desert. I can give them France. I just want to end my life. What did I do? How did I get to this point where this hurts me in so many ways? And I don't know what to do. The Atacama. I'm in a high desert. It's lovely. Yeah. The roof of the world, right. Did you ever read books like this for your master's degree? Yeah, it was about what happens when a schizotypal person pretends that he wants to be part of the world. Look at these Twin Peaks, Saudi. Oh my god. No, remember we found the straw that broke the Ms. Lemon. Yeah, basically. That's why they all moved. Yeah, that's great. I can give them France. Yeah, it has nothing to do with, like, okay, so the author doesn't know about the Great European Plain, which is flat and full of, like, old loess from the glacial period that's, like, making the wonderful farmland. No, the author knows nothing. I think the author, I believe, was in the army. Or the army has, like, the lowest ASVAB score. Like, you can, like, the lowest you can get on your ASVAB and still get into the army, the lowest you can get is ketchup, and then they'll still take you. That's what happened here. Blair said, very clever idea. Me. Oh, he does. Did he get the message? I thought so. And I walked, did he get the message? No, because he just has that crazy sand people speak. I mean, what do you mean, did he get the message? I thought so. And walked out of the room to rejoin Steve, Blair, Scherzer, and all the others. Blair said, very clever idea that I wasn't in the room to listen to. I made him an offer he can't refuse. Right now, he must be figuring out those mountains are 10 times as valuable as his oil. How did we assess this? 95% of his land is totally useless desert. I can give him What is his obsession with France? Oh, is he... Oh, you know what? He's French Anglo? I don't know. He identified that way. It was a weird way to basically say French Canadian. That's why. He's just like gargling balls for France. I can say that. It won't get flagged, I think. He can't risk losing that. Interesting he didn't say anything. He got the message. I could see it in his eyes. The message is, I can raise the land and lower it too. Look what I did in Antarctica. So we bring up Earth's biggest desert. Blair rolled his eyes. No wonder he said nothing. Steve said, isn't she a nasty B word? Now, the reason I'm saying that is because this was supposed to be advertised as no violence, no cussing, no sex, no nothing like that. And it's still an amazing, wonderful story. And one of the arguments was, what do you mean there's plenty of cussing in this book? We all laughed. I wasn't giving away any secrets. It would only be a matter of minutes before the media figured out I could lower OPEC's land. It was reasonable to think that I would only do this if there was a governmental military attack against Israel. What? So she's asking the Saudi to think about the little shopkeeper with a wife and 4 kids to feed. So she's not helping those people, right? The media won't say, oh, wow, Teresa's amazing and she's such a humanitarian young lady that she did this for the good of the people living there. They're going to say, well, obviously the only reason she did it is because of this Israel thing. I had said that OPEC governments didn't control the terrorists, so they didn't have to panic about what I do in case the terrorists attacked their own without the government backing them. The carbon, if that's what it was, arrived from the sun. Did we? It was an 82-mile wide red-hot ball. I gently nudged it into orbit 5,000 miles up. Scientists pointed out that because of its size, it would stay red-hot for centuries. To see if it was diamonds or just carbon, as if diamonds aren't just carbon, I programmed Hal to grab a small handful of the stuff. What does Hal speak? Python? What do you mean I programmed Hal? It's an alien monolith entity, something or other. Is this like Zionist fan fiction? A Frenchophile? Crazy person, I can do magic. Other guy, right. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. It's a train. This is a sewer. Yep, she's crazy. Teresa resolved... Oh yeah, it's just one of the dozen world problems. Have you read the whole thing? Krigorov? Have you read it? And you're still with us? to bring it down on a wide field on a British Army base. They were diamonds, a 300 feet high and 800 feet wide pile of them. The jewelry industry was thrown into a panic until it realized women would buy 100 times as many diamonds as before, because does he not know about De Beers? So he thinks because diamonds are going to be cheaper, people are going to buy more, and overall they're going to spend more money. Do you think De Beers didn't think of that? So a geographer, cartographer, economist, author extraordinaire, Army ASVAB, awesome guy. How much longer for the stream? I'm not sure. I kind of want to see where this nonsense is going. I guess we'll do 2 pages, because it actually starts chapter 21 on its own page finally. And we'll just see. I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, because my left side is starting to like have this long strip of pain. So I don't know. 20 minutes is probably all I got in me left. Yeah. There's a lot of things he doesn't know, right? No, I've seen an in-depth analysis from a YouTuber, like Hours playlist. Ugh. Did they read it like this and just peel their own skin off? Every time he asks, does he not know about, the answer is no. That's it. I'm gonna see if I can turn this light off. Is that okay? Is that fuzzing? Is that bothering anybody? It's just the light is hurting my eye. Even though it's on the other side, it's hurting. Because why? Well, because the women waste money on carbon glass, so it's all good. It's totally fine. That's how it works. That's supply and demand. A box of the diamonds was delivered to me. They were uncut stones from 1/4 inch to 3/4 of an inch wide, in all kinds of shapes, and rather dull in their raw condition, but it was still a thrill to hold a handful. Reports came in that the diamonds as large as 3 inches wide were being found. Officials were seizing these giants until it could be decided what to do with them. Letting these monsters out in the open would cause chaos in the jewelry business. Gosh, so smart. I went to work on these gigantic orbiting ball of diamonds. On the middle of the leading side of this ball was a thin stream of diamonds, advanced ahead at 300 miles an hour? Oh my god. I'm trying to visualize this, and it's causing me pain. Released from the giant red-hot ball, these diamonds rapidly cooled off and sparkled. But it says the leading side. Is it the side coming towards Earth? So isn't it blocked? Like, isn't the ball of diamonds blocking the sunlight? So all of these that are coming off and now cooling because they're not in direct sunlight. They're not in direct sunlight. How are they glittering in the sunlight? No worries, better grab lunch. Yeah, have fun. Enjoy. Eat something. I don't know. I don't even know how to say goodbye. I can't process. Officials, what? Eat something good and not a sandwich. There you go. It combines sand from the Saudi and witch from Jack Chick. We're great. Dude was doing hot rails, obviously. Has anyone heard the title? Oh yeah, so Goku meeting Anne Frank makes more sense than this. Yeah. I read it and I saw the YouTube adaptation. De Beers shows up, confiscates everything. 3 people are shot. Yeah, basically. The thin stream stretched out in front of the ball. Yeah, it's in front, right? And assumed its own slightly higher orbit. Nobody noticed this stream for an hour until it and the giant ball orbited around the Earth's sun side and headed back to the shadow side. At that point, the thin diamond stream reflected sunlight to Earth's dark side. Oh my god. Wildlife used to settling in at dusk were stirred up by the unexpected light. People living in the country far from the city lights were the first to notice the light from the thin diamond stream. The news flashed through the electronic media. Yep, that's how people speak. Now what is she doing? President Stinson said to her staff. In 95 minutes, the ball in the stream complex came around the corner of the world again, this time giving off much more light. Everybody saw what I was doing. I was eliminating the darkness of the night. But if it comes around to the sunny side, then the night side is still nighttime. Oh, it took 5 days to make a complete ring? Wait, but if the stream of diamonds is orbiting the ball of diamonds, why would the stream of diamonds peel off of the ball of diamonds? I mean, I guess... I mean, the Earth obviously has a higher gravitational pull, so then it wouldn't be orbiting the ball of diamonds to begin with, right? It would just start orbiting the Earth? What's that guy, Matt something? The air and space guy? That must be this. Yeah, you're welcome, Chapman. When you're alone and you want to have a good laugh, chapter 4, incredible has another meaning there. No, we're gonna suffer together. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm gonna read chapter damn 4 next time. Even before the partial ring was putting out enough light so that people could read a newspaper outdoors at 2 a.m. when the partial ring was in the right position. Yeah, at 2 a.m., right? The world would have many changes to get used to. Crime would go down as criminals lost the cover of darkness. Everybody was joyful at the prospect of having 24-hour daylight. Not me. What? Everybody was joyful. Not the criminals. Guess that woman president's forecasting didn't work out. Yeah. I was reading from True Light to my wife. It's like reading a psychotic break. The ring came to completion. There was plenty of diamond left in the red ball, so I continued generating the diamond stream, adding to what? So she's making the diamonds. I thought the diamonds are just peeling off. The diamond ring gave off many times the light of a full moon. Not enough to play a baseball game without electric lighting. What's a baseball again? But more than enough to walk around without stumbling on something. Friends could easily recognize each other from 100 yards away. It was truly a new world. There was still another project related to the resettling of the Israel. What? Why not just put it in one of the deserts that you're gonna change, you know? Along the shores of the Antarctic, where nobody was around to watch, I did experiments in raising water up into the air until I developed the exact technique I needed. This was for capital TBS, The Big Surprise. This project was so secret, I didn't even tell Scherzer and Blair. We're almost done. We're almost there, guys. Light causes global snowing. I can read a newspaper 2 a.m. outside. I know. That I was thinking of the midnight sun when I was in Sweden. 1 July, I think it was. And yeah, you know, you wake up at 3 a.m. It's like dusk. You can walk around and not fall over stuff. Oil exploration. Wait, how are the Muslims gonna pray or do fasting during Ramadan if it's like always light? Oil exploration on what was being called Teresa's Island continued to be successful. It was believed there were 45 trillion easily accessible barrels of oil there. My credit rating must have been good. How are the two related? 4 months after I raised the oil island, tanker ships were being filled with oil using underwater pipelines leading out to the ships, anchored half a mile offshore. The race was on to see which company would get its ship home first. Not surprising, it looks like ExxonMobil would win. The 210,000-ton Exxon Maria was filled with millions of gallons of crude and set sail for New Jersey. Okay. The crews on the oil tankers were surprisingly small. It really only took one person to drive them over the open sea. With the various functions on the ship, cooking, laundry maintenance, and sleeping shifts, the Exxon Maria had a crew of 27 men. As the Exxon Maria approached Jersey shores, a 55-foot sports fisherman's power boat headed straight for the tanker's side at high speed. The boat hit the tanker with a titanic explosion. See, notice boat, tanker, Titanic. This is a linguist we have on our hands. Like, my face is like, it's, the reason I'm picking at my face is, it's like buzzing. It's feeling numb. Just we're trying to get through this. The flash momentarily hid half of the tanker's length. Flaming oil poured out of a 60-foot wide hole in the tanker's side. Burning oil spread out over the water. The heat was so intense that other pleasure boats in the vicinity had to back off half a mile. That's it. A black cloud of smoke obscured much of the disastrous scene, but flames could be seen. Wow, seen versus seen. In only 19 minutes, the giant tanker sank out of sight. And that's where I'm leaving you guys, on a cliffhanger. You guys ready for the cliffhanger? All right. Oh my God. Wow. It got to this point because we make you suffer for us. Yeah, that's all right. I appreciate it, and I'm gonna go put my head on some ice. Yeah, I was ready for this to be over too. What a slog! I was trying to find a way to get us to end on a high note, and it just kept getting worse. I thought, okay, great, the worst song ever sung, and then it was so bad we had to clear it up with the chick tract, and then that was really bad, so we had to go back to this. Because we can't do anything good, you know, that's the problem. We can't listen to good music because that's gonna get copyrighted, you know. Ugh, I can do anything. I'll make a magic island to provide oil for corporations to take home and sell. Screw cold fusion. Right, exactly. Everybody like and so thank you, Shane. Thanks for the laughs. Take care of yourself, each other. Support your local lemon. All right, guys. I appreciate you suffering through this with me. And like I said, I'll let you know if we can do this again on your Thursday, my Friday. Get some water, take your medicine, and you know, move around a bit if you've been sitting for as long as I have. All right, guys. We'll see you later. And yeah, thank you for joining me. All right. Bye-bye.